Uh, Welcome to NITEP Day. So I believe this is really like the first annual NITEP conference day. So we wanted to shift a little bit of our perspective and have a day to celebrate the work that's been done. NITEP, as you may know, is a pretty complex project, in part that supports students and their journey to becoming educators, but it also supports innovative research, community-based partnerships, faculty-student relationships. And so it's a highly integrated project, and we didn't want to just send out all the cool things that have been happening this year, but we wanted everybody to have a chance to be able to present and share their work. And so for those of you directly involved with NITEP, you'll get a chance to hear maybe some of the parts of NITEP that you haven't been as actively involved in. And for our guests that were not directly in the NITEP program this year, we really appreciate you taking a little time to come and hear what the fellows and faculty and staff have been up to. As we begin, I'm thankful that Interim Dean Hayes agreed to come and provide us with some notes of welcome. Before I turn it over to her, Sarah will, if she hasn't already, let me check the chat. What we'll do is we're going to post a link to both the conference website as well as the program. So the program has interactive links back to the conference website. The conference website has links to various things that we'll be going through today. And those are keepsakes, so you can play with those after today, but certainly while we're in different phases of the presentations today, there will be relevant links. So we'll post those in the chat a few different times just to make sure you have access. Dean Hayes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm just really thankful to be invited this day, and I'm looking forward to hearing about all your projects. My name is Danica Hayes, and I am Dean of the UNLV College of Education. And I just want to first start off by thanking a few folks, so bear with me. A lot of work goes into just programming and bringing this day together and making sure that all the projects are successful. So I want to thank a few people. I want to thank Kenny Varner, Sarah Shaw, Sophie Ladd, PG Schrader, Patrice Leverett, Tina Vo, Wendy Rogers, Maggie Huerta, and Sebern Coleman. I also want to thank some of the NITEP faculty mentors and researchers. These include Jacob Skousen, Maren Cole, Aline Migochea, Heather Van Ness, Peter Weens, Christine Clark, and Harsha Pereira. I haven't had a chance to meet you yet, but thank you for everything that you're doing. I hear great things about you, so it's great to see your faces. I just want to open up by saying, you know, that we're really proud of this program. What's really nice is this program brings together top-notch educators and future educator teachers that change lives, and it isn't just a professional tagline for me. I'll tell you a very quick story what I mean. So in the mid-1980s, I was in third grade, and at that point, I was probably in my fifth or sixth elementary school in my life. And my family and I lived in Louisiana, and my father worked in the oil and gas industry. And they really struggled financially because this was one of the times where the oil industry was bust. And I remember Miss Malden, my third grade teacher, who stopped to talk to me after class. She saw something in me, and she asked me about my family and said, well, what do your parents do? And at the time, my mom was a homemaker and my father was unemployed, which I was a little ashamed about. And she said, well, I can help your dad. And she actually helped him get a job. And it really did change our lives. It changed the trajectory of our lives for quite a bit of time. So I remember Miss Malden, and I remember educators and how much they do for our students aside from curriculum. And I really appreciated her. And in some ways, I think this is what drew me to work in a college of education, because I'm so grateful for the work you're doing and the education leaders and what we're doing to change the profession. So congratulations again on being a part of this program, and I can't wait to see the projects that you've developed. Thanks.
Next, we have our T&L Department Chair, Dr. PG Schrader. He will be providing an overview of the NITEP Research Mini Grant component of the program, and then introducing the co-PIs and the PIs of those mini grants right after him. So Dr. Schrader?
I had the pleasure to oversee the research component for the overall NITEP project. So what we had in mind when developing the research program was something that would do two things simultaneously, and that was to allow folks to explore some innovative practice, some innovative research, but also to give the NITEP fellows an opportunity to become a little bit more familiar with research. So in addition to what some might say is a fairly common practice, we called for proposals. We made a stipulation within that each proposal must include some purposeful activity on the part of the NITEP fellows. So in that way, we were going to, the plan was to induct some of these NITEP fellows into, a practice of investigation, so that in schools, in practice, maybe some of these experiences persist. So we can actually start doing some examinations and explorations of our own practice within those classrooms. The process started in October. We sent a call to faculty at UNLV. We received 5 proposals. They were vetted by an independent panel. We were able to fund 4, and the projects ranged in topic and scope, from everything from diversity topics to instrumentation and instrument development, some theoretical underpinnings. Predominantly, we were working with serving underserved populations, examining underserved populations, whether it's Black and brown lives, or the proportion of students of color as represented in the principal preparation. Sorry, I'm stumbling a little bit. And I wanted to give you just a quick overview, because you will get a lot more detail from the teams involved. But I was going to introduce the research programs themselves. Up first is going to be Teaching for Black and Brown Lives, the importance of ethnic studies and Latinx students in Nevada. The PI on this was Christine Clark, but several co-PIs, including Norma Maroon, Avril Kelly, Rosemary Flores, Lauren Patterson, Kendra Beach, and we also had the NITEP fellows as Lauren and Kendra. So not only in this particular project, and I'm sure Christine will tell you a little bit more, did the fellows engage in the research, but they elevated their participation to that of a co-PI. The next project you'll hear about is Changing the Face of School Leadership. And the PI in this particular project was Jacob Skousen, but co-PIs included Maria Roberts, who is the Associate Dean for Academic Programs, Academic and Professional Programs, Dana Bickmore, and Miguel Gonzalez. The fellows on that particular project included Skylar Jones, Spieber, Helena Orenchuk, and Nola Smith. Peter Weens was the PI for the third project, which included an intervention to build understanding about student homelessness and housing insecurity among pre-service teachers. Co-PIs on that particular project included Arash Ghafouri, Melissa Jacobitz, and Kelly Jo Shebeck. And our final project was a project involving engaging and retaining math and science teachers in Nevada. And that was led by Harsha Pereira with co-PIs Rachel Park and Brenda Pearson. The fellows on that particular project were Fei Ng and Colleen Ariane. So I don't want to get too detailed into the findings. You will see you'll have an opportunity to read the research briefs on your own. But I do encourage you to take a look at these particular findings. A nice breadth of research, and this is, I think this emphasizes one of the key principles for the NITEP the actual institute itself, and that's generating new knowledge, but at the same time doing it in a collaborative way so that we can elevate all of those involved. And with that, I'll turn it over to Christine Clark and team to give us an overview on their particular project.
Our NITEP fellows are going to take the lead on this. So Kendra and Lauren, it's on you.
Hello, my name is Lauren Patterson, and I'm one of the NITEP fellows for the Teaching for Black and Brown Lives, the Importance of Ethnic Studies curriculum in the educational success of Black and Latinx students.
Hello, my name is Kendra Beach, and I'm one of the other members of the grant team, and I can't wait to start on this presentation.
Okay, so first, we are going to go over the ethnic studies history and policy review. So ethnic studies, which was originally known as Third World Studies, and it emerged from the Civil Rights Movement in the 1960s. The first ethnic studies college was established in San Francisco State in 1969. And if anyone is familiar with the film Precious Knowledge, you would know that in 2012, Arizona passed the HB 2281 law that prohibits the teaching of ethnic studies courses in public schools. But this ban was removed in 2017 because it was seen as being unconstitutional and discriminatory to Chicano and Latinx groups of people. UNLV only requires one diversity course for the traditional route to licensure for education, which is EDU 280, Valuing Cultural Diversity. And for our first research question, we went over what are the laws and policies in Nevada that govern high school and teacher licensure requirements.
And the second question was, what would perceived barriers are placed in the enactment, ratification, and actualization of Nevada ethnic studies policies pertaining to K-12 pre-service and teacher licensure requirements? And I wanted to just talk about who we interviewed and our colleagues' findings. And our interviews consisted of individuals who were in the education field, as those who were advocates of education, community-based leaders, state assemblymen, and students. Doctoral student Rosemary Q. Flores concluded that ethnic studies increases academic achievement. Dr. Clark emphasized the importance of embedding ethnic studies for students and family of color in communities and schools. Doctoral student Avril Kelly expressed that Nevada's graduation social studies requirements must be evaluated. Dr. Maroon highlighted the importance of the role of racial ethnic student club activities in the schools. NITEP fellow Lauren analyzed the pros and cons of ethnic studies not being a Nevada high school graduation requirement. And for me, a NITEP fellow Kendra learned about the complications of separating the ethnic studies and multicultural classes. And then I just wanted to go into my reflection on this whole project. And the NITEP grant research provided me with motivation to continue into the education system. This whole experience helped me think about what I want to contribute to society, as well as thinking about getting more involved in policies and becoming part of the education system. More particularly in politics now. And although it was a short experience, it kickstarted these feelings of continuing to do research for the rest of my college years and being in past graduation, because I eventually grew this love of researching, not the writing part, but I love researching and I love finding new information. So this was a great opportunity, and thank you.
And as for my reflection, I have never, I was in NITEP last year, but the actual research portion always scared me. So even though undergrad research scared me, I decided to take the leap forward and apply for this grant project. And I am so happy that I did, because working with doctoral students, professors, and even a fellow NITEP member, even though it was at first extremely intimidating, it helped me to get over my imposter syndrome. I kind of felt like I either didn't deserve the position I was in, or I wasn't capable of doing it, but everyone around me helped me to realize that I am way more capable of doing anything I put my mind to. So this grant allowed me the opportunity to interview people from all levels of the education system and analyze ethnic studies policy, But most importantly, I gained multiple mentors and networking opportunities. Not only did I gain mentors from some of the people that I interviewed, like Assemblyman Mumford, but I also gained mentors with the doctoral students and professors that were in my grant. I don't think I would have fell in love with research as much as I did if not for my amazing colleagues and seeing just where they're at and striving to be like them when I grow up. The knowledge I take away from this grant is an experience unparalleled to anything I could have simply learned in a classroom setting. And for that, I'm eternally grateful for not only NITEP, but everybody else involved in the project. So thank you.
Our next project was PI'd by Dr. Jacob Skousen.
This has been such a unique experience for me, I should say, and I won't speak for others, but we will get their words here shortly. And let us begin. I'm sorry, everyone, we didn't talk about introducing ourselves, and that was just something that I overlooked. I'm Jacob Skousen, and I'm in educational policy and leadership. So let's go with our co-PIs now.
Hi, I'm Nola, and I'm helping research with this as well, and I'm getting into elementary education and other research opportunities for education.
Everybody, I'm Dr. Gonzalez. I'm assistant professor in the Educational Policy and Leadership Program. Nice being here with you.
Hello, I'm Maria Roberts, and I am one of the co-PIs in the project.
Dr. Dana Bickmore. I'm in the Educational Policy and Leadership Program, associate professor, and excited to hear our fellows who are going to lead this.
I'm a junior at UNLV in the elementary education program and a NITEP fellow.
Hi, I'm Alina Ranchek. I'm a freshman, so it's my second semester, and I'm in elementary education, and I was also helping with the project.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your introductions. And they are actually going to take over with the presentation. So I'm going to go ahead and hit present. And our project is titled Changing the Face of School Leadership.
So in research, you always have a purpose, and the purpose of this project was to investigate how purposeful recruiting and mentoring impacted the percentage of students of color in a principal preparation program. The problem that we were investigating so we were responding to the specific problem of a disproportionate demographic of race and ethnicity makeup in CCSD, especially between the students and the school leadership of the principals and assistant principals. Additionally, what some refer to as the achievement gap is also an issue that may be further exacerbated by the demographic differences.
So the literature statement and research questions were derived from past research studies and grounded around a problem. So these are the two research questions that guided our study. It was, what was the effect of purposeful recruiting and mentoring on the increasing percentage of teachers of color into a principal preparation program? And then what are the participants' perceptions of the strategies of purposeful recruiting and mentoring of teachers, leaders of color?
Okay. We used a mixed methods approach for our study, but specifically our NITEP fellows led and conducted the semi-structured interviews portion of this project.
So there were two different groups of participants. So the first group was assistant principals of color, and those were the ones that I interviewed. And then Alina and
and then Nola and I led the other group, which was participants who were teacher leaders of color who work in CCSD, so that are applying to be aspiring principals.
Yes, and there. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Go ahead.
And they're, as you can see in this chart, they varied from gender and ethnicity, as well as in years of experience. Two or more of them had over 21 years of experience, and then there were of different variants, as well as different grade levels.
Thank you. And for the data, we had collected some quantitative data, some survey data that I and the NITEP fellows did some analysis with, and we will share those findings right now. The other portion, the qualitative portion of those, there were some open-ended survey responses that we also analyzed as well. I forgot to mention that, but let's look at the quantitative.
So the first aspect of this project that we participated in was data analysis, where we analyzed results from surveys. So you can see the results on the page here. So overall, in cohort 10, there were 58% white participants and 39% people of color. And then in cohort 11, they have only applied, so they haven't been in the process yet. So there have been 30 applicants, 16 of which are people of color and 13 of which were white. And we analyzed this data, the 3 NITEP fellows.
Additionally, with analyzing the data of our participants in different cohorts, we all gathered together and completed a brief post-interview reflective survey, kind of going ahead and documenting our experiences and reflecting on how we felt conducting these interviews. And we all analyzed this as a group with Dr. Skousen, and we found 6 key ideas.
Throughout this process, there was a lot that I learned. So one of the most important takeaways for me was the insight into experiences of people of color in education. So we all interviewed people. Like I mentioned, I interviewed the assistant principals, and I got to hear about how their identity affected them in positive and in negative ways throughout their educational experience. And it was very enlightening, and I think will make me a better educator in the future, just to know like what they went through and how I can better be a better coworker to people of color in education as well when I go into the education field. And so then also on a similar note, it was the quality of participant responses. They all shared very personal and touching stories about their experiences and how they were able to help children around them and how they were fulfilling their leadership roles. I also learned how to conduct qualitative interviews. So I had never interviewed before this project. So being able to interview and, learn how it can be like a little awkward at first, but then get better at it and make it more conversational was a really valuable experience. And then I also learned about the process of some other aspects of conducting research. So, we talked about like the purpose and the problem. We read a research paper together that related to the project, and then we also did some data analysis as well. So I was able to learn a lot about the different aspects of research.
And like Skylar, I did the same type of thing with a different group of interviewees. So I learned a lot through the process. So first I learned that research may have protocol, but the results may vary. So we had like a specific list of questions like most research does, and we just had to ask them. But like every single interview just had a different flow. So like each interview, because of their experiences or like how much information they wanted to tell, all the results were different. And so I really had to like analyze those and see like the similarities and differences with what the research, like the interviews had to say. I also learned that everyone comes from a different background, but like we all come together for education. Everyone wanted to be an educator, and they were just so inspired and like inspiring towards other people. They always wanted to reach out through everyone in their school. They never just wanted to be in their classroom. They all talked about different experiences they had like in every aspect of school. And it was just really inspiring because like learning really does just come outside of the classroom, and it's not all just in one place. I also found a passion within their like interviewees along with the joy of teaching. Again, they didn't just like want to like go to work, like 9-to-5 job. Like they were always doing something. They all had like a busy schedule. They fit me to that schedule so that I could hear about their experience. And it just was really inspiring. And I'm glad like that I got to talk to them. And then I learned that these results of research are helpful for the future because of what we learned. It's really, again, inspiring to me and hopefully inspiring to all of you that research just really helps us. And because we analyzed different essays and everything else, it just all comes together and empowers all of us to be better educators.
So what I mainly took away from my interviews that I did with people is that as the environment was very lax and friendly, we started to get to know each other more on an interpersonal level, strengthening that interpersonal relationship. It really opened up doors into seeing from each other's perspective and like learning from each other, hearing those stories that are in depth and detail, which was wonderful for the interviews in order to get everything we would need. And hearing all of these stories and students being affected by the same teachers that are going into these leadership positions, reaching through their school and trying to pull out these students from the cracks, not letting them slip through. It really kind of invigorates me with, this inspiration, but also kind of a realization that, wow, like maybe I can actually do this as well. And hopefully it helps kind of entice, maybe other teachers can go ahead and do this, and maybe we can go ahead and increase that level of administration. Kind of improving on the interview, I learned how to like look at the quality of responses and ask more questions, detailing more and to get more into that interpersonal relationships, trying to go ahead and dig deeper into the story and why they did this and what like made them think that, this is a good idea and what inspired them in order to get into this process. And learning the process of these interviews, learning to kind of hone my skills to answer more questions for effective interview for the qualitative and quantitative data, it wraps up together so nicely. It brings it to a whole new level for this research.
So in conclusion, we were able to learn more about the research process and more about the people of color in education. And then we were also inspired in a lot of ways to continue the process of becoming a teacher in Southern Nevada, as well as inspiration from hearing stories of working with students and providing additional resources and support, and hearing all of the interviewees' passions for making a difference. And that inspired us to want to do that as well in the future.
Awesome. Thank you so much. They're awesome. And I can't say enough about them and how well they did and the time that they spent to conduct the interviews. And I also want to stress this idea of how important that this research really is, and that they played such a key role in it. And so I'm so grateful for it and so appreciative of them. So thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much. Thanks to the projects we've heard from thus far. I have the pleasure to introduce the next project, which is the intervention to build understanding about student homelessness and housing insecurity among pre-service teachers. And I'm aware that the fellows on that project will be doing the presentation. We have Destiny Duff, Mary Kate Enciso, and Hannah Hudson. I'll turn it over.
My name's Hannah Hudson. I'm currently a practicum 2. That's actually where I'm at right now in my practicum 2 classroom. And next semester, I'll be a student teacher. I'm in secondary education, social studies. So basically what we wanted to focus on in this research, we kind of came in and we just kind of picked up whatever they needed us to do, how we can prepare teachers to maybe understand more about homelessness and youth homelessness, and how the education system and how teachers in general can be a gateway to help them. So this research aimed to prepare and educate future teachers on youth homelessness, and this encompassed teaching these future teachers about how the education system is involved, technical terms of homelessness, because it's not just, some people may think, oh, you're sleeping in the streets, that's homelessness, but actually, couch surfing is homelessness. So we dived into that. And other vital information about, how children become homeless and how they can receive help. That's mainly what we focused on. You can go ahead and go to the next slide, Destiny. So we had the wonderful opportunity of working with Dr. Peter Ween, and he kind of helped bring us all together and help guide us into what we need to do. We also had the pleasure of working with Kelly Jo Shebeck. I believe she is here, but she works with CCSD's homeless population in order to get them resources. So she was kind of like CCSD's, expert on youth homelessness, and we really benefited from having her opinion. We also worked with Melissa Jacobowitz with Nevada Partnership for Homeless Youth, and they were also a very big help in giving us some information about how they're helping the youth homelessness in Southern Nevada, as we know that youth homelessness in Southern Nevada is one of the worst. And then we also had the opportunity of working with the executive director of NPHY, which is Arash Ghafouri, and I believe they're all here. So they helped us guide us our way and educate us on youth homelessness. So not only were we helping educate other future teachers, they really educated us on this issue as well. So pretty much the bones of what we did was we jumped in. They had already started a survey, and basically what the survey was to do is that we wanted to see if these future teachers have any maybe preconceived notions or misunderstandings about youth homelessness. So we wanted to understand that right from the get. What is your understanding of youth homelessness? And then collectively as a group, the experts, they put together the content they wanted to teach these future educators. And we, as fellows, we actually created a Canvas shell, and we put that all together, and we basically put together a course that these students who were taking this course were going to be taking. And so the professionals gave us their content, and we then regurgitated it into a Canvas shell. And so then we have we got some professors, graduate and undergraduate, to participate in the survey, and those that participated in the beginning survey took the course, and then they ended up taking the survey again. I don't think we have many of the surveys yet. We're actually going to meet in a couple of weeks and go over the survey one more time to see all the final surveys, but that's when we're going to see, okay, does this Canvas actually help future teachers understand what youth homelessness go through?
So as Hannah was saying, oh, by the way, I'm Mary Kate Ciso, and I'm in elementary education, but as Hannah was saying, the whole point was to find out what these pre-service teachers knew and then try to educate them more, see if they had some, I guess, stereotypes about the situation. So the things that we learned from making the shell, because obviously we had to absorb a lot of information as we put the shell together, was that anyone can be homeless. As Hannah was mentioning, it's not just the people that are sleeping on the streets. That's why they're referred to as the invisible population, because you can't really identify them as homeless a lot of the time, and that can be a real challenge. And then we also had to address the stereotypes of homelessness, which, it's just the people that are sleeping out on the street, or just because, you're sleeping with a family member, that can still make you homeless because that's not your home. You still don't have a permanent place to sleep. That's just temporary. And we learned about the importance of education and, how we can really apply that. And we'll go more into that later, but we found out how much of a support system it really is and how it can be a way out of homelessness for homeless youth who really need it. And then we also found out how the different types of ways that homeless youth become homeless, and it's a variety of ways. It's not ever just one way, and it's not just because they wanted to run away. The situations can be very complex and just different. And then, so we learned about adverse childhood experiences, ACEs, which are different things like experiencing abuse, witnessing violence, and having a family member, very, I guess, very traumatic situations that can kind of go hand in hand with homelessness. And then we learned a lot of the risks that come with homelessness, puts you at bigger risks for just a lot of different situations. And then the impacts, like struggling with your basic needs, trying to kind of have to pick between school and, money and surviving and doing what you need to do. That would be competing responsibilities. And then we learned about how important the definitions are and how the different definitions really make an impact on identifying these populations.
So my name is Destiny. I'm going into elementary education. So what we learned for like the application of knowledge from the research is we were able to learn crucial information that can be applied to our lives as future teachers. Not only were the students taking the modules able to learn more about this research, we were also learning as we were creating it. Some important skills we learned were some of the test making skills. We tried different test styles and different question styles, such as multiple choice, connecting questions, and true or false. And those hopefully will help us see which the students will respond to better. We also learned some more fun ways we can incorporate the material into lessons to keep the students engaged and excited to learn. So some different techniques that can be applied in classrooms in the future is we experimented with different layouts and formatting to make the text more interesting and hold the reader's attention for longer. We found that breaking up the text with pictures can help make the reading less daunting as well. These are just a few things we learned, but in the future, this experience will be extremely beneficial.
Yeah, so that was pretty much our presentation. Again, we haven't been able to go over the final survey, so we haven't had a lot of, context to see if whether, this worked or not. We'll find that out in about 2 weeks. But this was pretty much just the journey about what us as fellows did and all the experience we had and really how humbling it was to learn pretty much. I mean, it's pretty much like an epidemic here in Southern Nevada. So it was very humbling to learn about.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your insights on the project. Next up, we have engaging and retaining math and science teachers in Nevada, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Pereira, who I believe will introduce the rest of the team.
Like the other groups, our NITEP fellows will lead the presentation of our project results. But I did want to take the opportunity to thank Colleen and Faye for forming such a synergistic partnership with Brenda, Rachel, and I towards executing our pretty ambitious project. Faye and Colleen developed knowledge of a new theoretical framework of achievement motivation, the expectancy value theory. They were critical in obtaining our very healthy sample of almost 450 CCSD teachers. And as you'll note momentarily, they've become proficient in interpreting some pretty complex statistical results. On a more professional level, our research lab, the Educational and Career Pathways Lab, has picked up 2 new members in Faye and Colleen who'll continue to make a substantive impact and increase our undergraduate research presence. But for now, over to you, Faye and Colleen.
Okay. Hello, my name is Faye Ong. I'm a freshman secondary education major.
Hi, I'm Colleen Narayan, and I'm also a secondary education major. I focus on math, and thank you for your kind words, Dr. Pereira.
Okay. And with that, I'm just going to start our presentation all about engaging and retaining math and science teachers here in Nevada, where we assisted Dr. Harsha N. Pereira, Dr. Rachel Part, and Dr. Brenda A. Pearson, where we attempted to develop a measure that tracks teacher subjective task value motivational beliefs, or basically what motivates them to stay being a teacher, if at all. So some background information. This is the expectancy value theory, which is what this entire research is based on. And it suggests that individual expectations of success in a task and their task value directly influences their behavior and ultimately the outcome of a task. I know this graphic seems confusing with the abundance of lines and arrows, but for now we're just going to take a look at the last 3 boxes, which target motivation, but we are not completely completely disregarding the other boxes because they are the foundations that build up to the motivation part. And motivation is just the combination of expectancies and task value, in which I'll define the ones that we were trying to target in our research. One being attainment value, which is the degree to which teachers perceive teaching and doing teacher-related tasks to be important. Intrinsic value, which is just the enjoyment and interests teachers have in teaching. Social utility value, if the teacher believes that them being a teacher is beneficial for society or their community, and the teacher's view of how useful teaching is for serving others. Personal utility value, if the teacher believes that being a teacher is beneficial for their own future, such as greater time for family, job security, and job flexibility. Effort cost, their view of the amount of effort expended to be a teacher. Opportunity cost, the opportunities they sacrifice to continue being a teacher, such as spending time with family or personal events they would like to go to. And finally, psychological cost, which refers to the effective consequences of engaging in teacher-related tasks, including stress and anxiety. Now we're just going to go over a brief history of the expectancy value theory to see where our research lands. So it all started in 1983 with Eccles and colleagues, which they published the foundational piece in expectancy value theory. Then in the 1990s to 2013s, there was a huge boom in theoretical development, especially in gender concerning student STEM pathways and student groups, not really much teachers, with a big emphasis in value beliefs. Then starting in the early 2000s, cost research became recognized as the primary component in subjective test value, which we dubbed the forgotten construct because it wasn't really discussed in the 1990s. And now more recently, the fit choice model, which discussed teacher motivation for choosing that career, fleshed out expectancy value theory for teachers. And which leads us now to our research question. How do motivational beliefs combine within teachers? Or how do the expectations, values, and beliefs outlined in the expectancy value theory, costs from the cost research, and teacher-specific motivations from the fit choice model culminate in current teachers here in Nevada? And to do this, we had 429 teachers, 68.8% female, averaging 13.81 years of teaching, and 10 middle schools from low socioeconomic areas here in the Valley. Using the instruments, ones being the survey sent via email, and the Nevada Inventory of Motivation in Teachers, which is the newly designed measure by us to tap into the values and beliefs and costs in teachers. The procedures that we used were surveys accessed at the time of the teacher's choosing, and analyses were conducted in 2 phases. With phase 1, testing the Nevada Inventory of Motivation in Teachers to see if it actually tapped into those values, beliefs, and costs in teachers. And phase 2, latent profile analysis, or how do those beliefs combine within individuals, and seeing if there are groups of people whose beliefs combine differently. Now, phase 1 and phase 2 cannot be completed by themselves, and that the findings in phase 1 is used in phase 2, because you can't really analyze how teachers' beliefs combine with each other without something that gives us teachers' beliefs. And here's phase 1, dimensionality, and this basically is just what our survey did. We had questions specifically designed to tap into specific value, beliefs, and costs. And we found that it described unique aspects of teachers' experiences, and all factors were well defined with uniformly moderate to strong and statistically significant target loading estimates, and the factor scores were all retained for latent profile analysis in phase 2, which I'll pass to Colleen.
So phase 2 is where we talk about our profiles and our fit profiles and our accuracy. We tested 8 different profiles. We found that 4 appropriately and accurately represented our data and corresponding EVT. And with phase 2, we also get to talk about the real profiles, which is the 4 profiles we ended up with. I want to drive home a little bit that these aren't just statistics. These are real people's experiences that we have boiled down to these graphs. These are people's lives and teachers and how they get to play out in classrooms. With profile 1, it describes a teacher who shows disinterest for the profession, which can be seen through the first 4 bars that measure value beliefs. Mentioned by Faye, the attainment, intrinsic, and 2 utility values, but they also don't feel as though the profession costs them anything. In profile 2, it conveys a teacher who also feels no value from the profession, but different from profile 1, they feel the cost of being in the classroom is high, whether that be the effort required, sacrificing time with family and friends, or the stress associated with teaching. In profile 3, it shows the most adaptive of our 4 profiles, where the teacher perceives teaching to be valuable while the costs are low for them. And in profile 4, it also shows a very adaptive teacher. They find very high value from teaching, but their costs are also high. This in the short term can prove viable. However, in the long term, high costs may result in burnout. On to our outcomes. In profile 1, teachers in this profile may feel disconnected from their teaching profession and report significantly lower job satisfaction and report higher burnout and intention to leave the profession. Likewise, with profile 2, teachers in this profile report the lowest levels of job satisfaction, highest levels of burnout, and highest levels of intent of leaving the profession. In profile 3, teachers in this profile reported moderate levels of job satisfaction and the lowest levels of burnout and intent to leave. In profile 4, teachers in this profile report the highest job satisfaction of any other profile we have. However, over a longer period of time, the costs reported by this group may ultimately result in higher perceptions of burnout that lead them to leave the profession. As we continue our work, this will be something that we intend to examine further. But our big takeaway from our 4 profiles is that teachers' well-being and choice-related outcomes are dependent on their organization of motivational beliefs. To conclude, these profiles describe how motivational beliefs differentially combine within teachers. Results of the study could provide a new way to prepare semi-personalized professional development based on motivational characteristics to best support our teachers. Providing a more precise, individualized professional development program rather than a one-fits-all system that we have in place now can help process to aid our teachers in a more effective manner. Utilizing the profiles and understanding how typology-aligned professional development supports teachers within the context of at-risk and economically disadvantaged schools may aid in our retention of teachers in Nevada. And thank you. That's all.
Well, I want to thank all the PIs. I want to thank all the co-PIs, but most of all, I want to thank all the fellows. Their work on these projects has been amazing and gratifying to be part of this research program. But speaking of programs and our schedule, I would also like to introduce Dr. Sophie Ladd, who will give us an overview of the community engagement pathway, which she led.
Hi, everyone. I just want to give a quick shout out to those students and the research that they did. That is so impressive. And I've gotten to know all of the fellows through our community engagement pathways, but just to see them engaged in this thoughtful work, not only in the community, but in understanding the education field even more so is fantastic. So again, I'm Sophie Ladd. I am the Community Engagement Pathway Leader, and I had the opportunity to work with all 55 of our fellows. And as you know, these times are challenging, especially considering that everything is in a virtual space. And so even finding ways and being creative around engaging in the community was both challenging and exciting at the same time. So I'm just going to talk to you briefly about each of our community engagement pathways and then some of the major takeaways related to those. And so the 4 community engagement pathways that the fellows had the option to choose from, and we did offer them opportunities to self-select. This was intentional, because as you know, our fellows range from freshmen all the way to seniors who are engaged in student teaching at this time. So the first pathway that we had was the Lead STEM Academy Homework Hotline. And for that one, we had 2 fellows that engaged weekly for an hour on Monday and an hour on Wednesday. That was in direct support of Lead STEM Academy saying, hey, we would appreciate a space and an opportunity where your fellows and fellas can engage with our students and help support them with general questions around homework. The great thing about this opportunity was there were no specific ways that our students, fellows and fellas, had to tutor. More so, they had to engage in ways that would be supportive in helping the lead students think about their own work. So this opportunity allowed both flexibility for our fellows and fellas, but it also led opportunity for the students to ask questions and then engage in conversation with our fellas and fellows. I will say that Janie and Young were very helpful in this process because we had some tech issues, but nonetheless, they conquered, and we were thankful that that was one of our opportunities. The other opportunity, CEP2, was our writing buddies, which we were excited to launch because when we were in a face-to-face environment, we had something called Lunch Buddies. And we had a large group of students that participated in our Writing Buddies process. We were engaged in our community partnership with Paradise Professional Development and also the Girls Athletic Leadership School. There were a total of 55 elementary and middle school students that participated in this, and 37 fellows and fellas that wrote weekly and engaged in conversation through email correspondence with the students, the buddies that participated. It was really interesting to see some of the conversations that inspired. We really focused on social and emotional awareness through this project and encouraged both our fellows and fellas to be able to talk to their people that they were writing with. And we'll talk about some of the results of that in a minute. The third CEP was Family Learning, which was hosted through MGM. Our fellows and fellas hosted 2 family engagement evenings, and they were both virtual. They prepared 15-minute sessions in order to offer space for parents and families to choose which session they wanted to participate in. It was a virtual conference in the sense that it lasted from 6 to 7:30 based on the needs of MGM families. And then finally, we had STEM for the community. In this particular option, students were able to create distance learning options for STEM and science-based materials. And so they created one that focused on landslides and the second that focused on egg drop. And they developed content and curriculum in a digital space for that, which will then be able to be used in our Rebel Summer Series learning program. I want to highlight a few of the takeaways because, as the fellows and fellas know, there were some challenges in this space. When we think about community engagement in a traditional sense, we think about people gathering together in a space, and considering that everything was offered in a virtual environment, we did have some challenges with engagement. However, what we all learned in this process was that we need to be offering things generally to parents and families, both in a digital and face-to-face environment. So when we think about some takeaways from the homework hotline, what we noticed was there were several students that logged in weekly, and that was based on the relationship that they had with the tutor. One of the most important things that I would like to mention about the homework hotline is that kids logged in because they felt supported by the person that was on the other side of the screen helping them during this tutoring process. And that's kudos to both of our fellows and fellas that participated in that. Students consistently engaged because they felt supported. And so we loved that. There were repeat students each week that came, and we were grateful for that. Writing Buddies, one of the things that we loved about Writing Buddies was it's a complex process of engaging in writing, but it enabled the students that participated and the fellows and fellas that were writing back and forth to really promote that conversational dialogue that often isn't valued in a school space. So being able to talk about things that students and children enjoy, and also the fellows and fellas being able to share that social context around that conversation in writing was really important. And we look forward to engaging in that process, actually Writing Buddies next year. Gals particularly, they engaged regularly with our fellows and fellas and have actually asked if they can have long-standing mentorship relationships with our NITEP participants. So we love that. As far as family learning goes, the virtual structure environment was something that we found to be challenging at times. As you can imagine, families are zoomed out by the end of the day. And so one of the big takeaways that we talked about as a group was that when we reconnect in the fall, can we take both virtual context and face-to-face context and offer two different platforms for families to engage? So moving forward, even allowing our fellows and fellas to record their sessions so that we can then create a YouTube channel that can be shared with the general audience of the Clark County School District. STEM for the community. This group worked really hard to create curriculum that could be offered for our digital learning context, specifically Rebel Summer Series is where that will be shared. And I love that this group had both elementary and secondary teachers in it, but they worked together to make these wonderful connections as a group, but then collaboratively to create content that could be shared across different grade levels. And I want to specifically thank Derek. Derek was our principal partner at Lead STEM Academy. He was integral in the development of Homework Hotline, and actually one of our major thinking partners. The last thing I want to note about the community engagement pathways is that we as NITEP did not necessarily choose the topics or the things that were going to be taught. Rather, we listened to our community partners, engaged in thoughtful collaboration and conversation around what would benefit them most. It wasn't us trying to determine what their needs were, rather what were their needs that we could then fill in that space. If any of the fellows would like to speak, or fellas, and speak for a minute about their experience, you're welcome to jump in. I want to be cognizant of time because we only have 1 minute. But thank you to Gals. Thank you to Paradise. Thank you to Derek at Lead STEM Academy. We really, really appreciate, and Kenita at MGM, we really appreciate the opportunity to work with you. And we look forward, honestly, to working with you in the near future. And Kenny said, I only have 1 minute. So getting the hook.
Thank you, Sophie, Dr. Ladd. Thank you for all the research projects as well. I know on behalf of everyone, we're really impressed. And I'm actually a little bit jealous that I was not a part of any of them. So, these were all amazing projects, doing great work. So in the next 4 sessions, we will have faculty and fellows present their experiences during their educational experience pathways, which you may hear in the next 4 sessions, the EEP, and that's what we call it for short instead of educational experience pathways. So it is part of one of the 5 essential components in NITEP, where NITEP fellows participate in one of the 4 specially tailored opportunities beyond what is traditionally provided through their program areas. Each pathway is led by a NITEP team leader. It includes various forms of fellow and faculty mentoring, community engagement, and teaching development. So these EEPs all range between 25 hours to 55 hours, with increasing time commitment and responsibility as fellows progress through the program. So our first EEP presenting will be EEP 1, and Dr. Rogers will give you a brief overview before we breaking out into poster breakout sessions. And just a reminder, if you look down below in that bottom bar, you'll see breakout sessions, and you will have 5 different breakout sessions to choose from after she gives her brief overview.
So for EEP 1, what our students did is that they were paired with one of our amazing mentors, who I need to give a shout out to, Drs. Jacob Skousen, Alain Bengochea, Heather Van Ness, Maren Cole, and Peter Weens. They were fantastic. The students were paired with our mentors, and they identified groups of people who were stakeholders in public education, and we defined that pretty broadly. So our students worked with groups such as teachers, parents, administrators, school counselors, school resource officers, community organizations. It was wide and ranging across the groups. And so they identified those stakeholder groups, and then each student interviewed a couple of people from each group. And then they met back with their mentors to talk about the interviews and what they had learned from them. And they reflected on how what they were learning impacts their philosophy about education and about teaching. Our goal in this was to have the students recognize that teaching is not just about what happens in your classroom with your students for that limited time, but to see classrooms as places that are embedded within schools, that are embedded within communities, and that teachers are an important part of that wider community. So they each created a poster talking about their experience and what they did and what they found. If you haven't looked at those yet, I highly recommend it. They're posted on the NITEP conference website, and they are pretty impressive. What they're going to do today is we're going to split into groups, one group per mentor, so that the students can talk about what they learned and reflect on their experiences.
To be an individual and to do what you love and be the best that you can, but also use that community that you have.
Great job, Jaden. Did you want to talk a little bit more about your teaching philosophy and how that's kind of shaped from the beginning when we started the project to how COVID has influenced it and then where you are now? I'm going to give you a little bit of an out because it wasn't a crisis that you had. She was very much, if I could help you out a little bit, very much in that part of, I think, being an advanced freshman, truly, and really thinking about what and who she wanted to be, and using this as an opportunity to question where she wanted to go. And so I absolutely agree with you that this opportunity came into your life at the perfect time and really afforded you that opportunity to explore other opportunities within the school building and working with children. What are other avenues in staying within the teaching area and schools. So like I said, it gave you an opportunity to grow that I don't think that you were anticipating happening.
It felt like a crisis at the time. When I did it, it felt like a crisis. I think my biggest change from before I did all the interviews and when I was wanting to be a teacher and now is that being a teacher is not just sitting in front of your kids at a whiteboard and teaching. And it's not just the teacher that teaches, everyone. And this year has really shown it. With parents are involved and counselors involved and administrators involved. Everyone is involved in this educational community or circle that I was unaware of, not because I just didn't think about it. I didn't think about all these things. I've just only ever known me being in school and my personal experiences and not thinking of it in a way of I'm a teacher now, not a student. So I think that's the biggest thing that has changed is that it's not just a teacher and a student, it's everyone. Everyone is involved. And COVID has really shown that this year with parents having to do pretty much everything at home and then the teacher being on the computer, counselors still having to reach out and doing all these things, even though it's virtual, they're still there. Everyone is involved, even though they were at home, sometimes feeling like they were alone. Everyone was still there for them. So I think that's the biggest change that I've seen in my philosophy is that it's not just on me as a teacher to bring everything to these kids. There's all kinds of communities and people that can help. So I think that's the biggest thing that's impacted me or changed.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Jaden.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Mary Kate. And let me pull up your presentation. If you want to go ahead and start introducing yourself while I pull that up.
Hi, I'm Mary Kate, and as Heather said, we all did the same stakeholders, but I really wanted to focus on people, or I guess ESL or Spanish speakers who also did that, because when I was little, I was in ESL and I found that that made a big impact on my life. So for stakeholders, I started off pretty strong with 3 and I ended up with 1 just because of how, they went back into school and it was a lot harder to schedule interviews, but I got it done, thankfully. And then I saw the whole interview procedures kind of as steps. At first I had to email them and it's like Google Meet, and then I had to record it because I wanted to go back and analyze, and then I had to analyze the whole group, the whole stakeholder, and then I developed a bigger picture, but I found that my major findings were the importance of communication, emphasis on good relationships, working around lack of funding and engagement. And for my teaching philosophy, I found that first I was like, oh, well, teaching, you're the teacher, you're at the center, and then it's like, oh, you just focus on the students, like that's your radar. But then that kind of like changed, because then I realized, well, it's not just like that. You're in the radar with everyone else. You have to be with them. You can't just like isolate yourself and look at them as a whole. You have to kind of integrate yourself and like understand the situations and like understand different perspectives, because throughout a lot of the interviews, communication was a very big topic. And especially because I interviewed related services, I believe it was counselors who spoke Spanish and a teacher who spoke Spanish. And then I also did a parent who spoke Spanish. I found that communication was a big thing, because a lot of parents don't speak Spanish here, or don't speak English here in CCSD. So it kind of made them relate. And like when they found out that they could actually communicate with the teacher, they could actually communicate their concerns and actually like understand, instead of just barely sliding by and not really understanding what the teacher's saying and not being able to communicate. It was just better, and it just helped that relationship and helped the relationship with the student. And that's really it. I don't really know what else to touch on. It was just a really good experience to get to interview everyone and kind of get their ideas on everything.
Did you want to talk a little bit about, because like I said, and like you explained, you did focus quite a bit on second language learners. So you did interview a school psychologist, a bilingual school psychologist. Was there any discussion at all about the increased difficulty in accessing families when we had the pandemic issue, then on top of language issues in terms of reaching out to families, parent engagement? Did that come up? And if so, how?
I don't think that really came up, but what did come up was kind of just relating, I guess, for the psychologist, because I did one that spoke Spanish and then one that didn't. And the one that spoke Spanish, they were able to speak to Spanish-speaking families and understand them on a deeper level, because they could understand like the cultural reasons behind things and kind of understand like an additional reason, like, oh, it's not just, whatever it is, like there's more layers. It's not just because the student might have ADHD or whatever. It's also because of this. Like there are multiple layers to it that go beyond just the surface, because culture does play a role, and your heritage does play a role in all that.
Right. And one of the things that we talked about in our group meetings was the difficulty that families had in connecting with their teachers, with their schools, in light of virtual instruction. And that is just made so much more problematic when there are language barriers. Right? So how are they accessing that information? How are they able to reach out to their teachers? How are they able to support their students? That was one of those topics that came up quite a bit in our conversations after the interviews. Great job, Mary Kate. Okay, so Claudia is next. Let me stop sharing this. And Claudia, do you want to introduce yourself while I'm pulling up your poster?
Sure. Hello, everybody. I am Claudia. I'm a first-year student at UNLV, and it's my first year a part of the NITEP program. So a little bit about myself is I think I'm kind of unusual, like most people, as I knew from a very young age I wanted to be an elementary teacher. I actually had this thing where I would come home from school and I would pretend to have my own school with my parents and my family. So I would actually grade assignments, do the whole teacher job. And then it eventually led into me being in elementary school and learning and getting Rainbow of the Quarter, which is that picture that's included in the first box. And I got it every year that I was in elementary school. For my stakeholder groups that I interviewed, it would be the parents, elementary teachers, elementary administrators, and related services. And I was able to interview 2 people for each stakeholder. And for my interview procedures and analysis, most of them were conducted over the phone. I had one that was conducted over Zoom. And most of the questions that were asked were based off of their experience and the environment within working with their stakeholder job. Some major findings that I found would be student engagement and parent engagement, especially now during COVID. I think there's a huge difference with student engagement as teachers aren't there in person with students. So you definitely have to work more hands-on and being able to have different sites and being able to actually see that your students are growing and learning. Whereas in a classroom, it's easier. You're hands-on, you can see, you can walk around, you can do as much analysis as you can to see how your students are doing. Definitely with parent engagement, it has changed a lot as parents now have to be almost like their second teacher. They have to make sure that their kids are learning what they're supposed to be doing and joining the classes that they're supposed to be joining. Definitely learned a lot about flexibility, and now during COVID, how you have to find different sites to use for students so they could learn, and not everything is over like hand paper. For influence on teaching philosophy, it has broadened my knowledge of what working in the educational system looks like. Not everything will be perfect, and it requires a lot of hard work and determination. It has allowed me to compare and contrast what the jobs for the stakeholders were before and during COVID-19. And it has allowed me to gain knowledge about how adaptive teachers have to be. And lastly, it has allowed me to learn how to best prepare myself as a future teacher to best support my future students by allowing me to notice trends that may happen with students and how to use different learning strategies to help a wider range of students, as students don't all learn the same.
Great job, Claudia.
Thank you.
Okay. And last but not least, we have Allie. Let me pull yours up while you're introducing yourself, and we'll be all set and ready to go.
Hi, my name's Allie. Like Claudia, I've always wanted to be a teacher. It mostly hit in like 3rd grade because that was my favorite teacher at the time. And I just always wanted to help her grade. Grading like papers was my favorite. And then in 5th grade too, I got like most likely to be a teacher at graduation. And like everyone knew that because I always wanted to help like other students and help grade. So I've always wanted to do that. And then I went to Northwest to continue that because I went in the teacher education program there. And so I worked with kindergartners for 2 years, my junior and senior year. And so I've been working with kids like a lot since high school. And again, I'm also a freshman like everyone else. So my poster title is Connection in Elementary Education. So we interviewed parents, teachers, related services, and administrators. I really wanted to do the related services too because psychology interests me. I really like counseling and working like that. I was in writing buddies, and the school I work at is Girls Athletic Leadership School too. So I'm also an intern there. So I really enjoyed like talking with one of the students, Gianna, about like everything. She always responded. So it was really fun to do that. And she didn't go in person. So it was just like another student I was able to talk to. And then so the procedure, mine went really well. Like I got everyone in because I know a lot of people outside of like stuff. So I didn't really need like, I don't know, like Dr. Van Ness didn't really have to like, I always had like someone just in case if I needed it. So we scheduled the interviews, held interviews via Zoom. I took a lot of notes and like I looked at these and I found quotes. So some of the major findings from the quotes were student needs, Zoom meetings, support and funding, and contact. So student needs really came from the administrators and teachers and parents. It was just that they want to make sure the students are getting everything they need to, especially in Zoom, because there are differences like between schools and what everyone else does. So it's just making sure that like everyone's on the same page with the student and the school. Zoom meetings, it says like, although we are more isolated, I've been able to call parents more directly so that they're more involved. So this was elementary school related services that really enjoyed this. I saw them like always on Zoom meetings because I also was a babysitter for one like school psychologist, so she was always doing Zoom meetings and I would like help her kids. So it was just a lot more convenient for them because then I don't have to pull kids out, but the teachers would still be like, oh, like you have to leave the Zoom. So it was very interesting to see that. And then support and funding. I would like all of the support in person. This way they can see the real world and the jobs that happen outside of the school. So the administrators were really about that. I interviewed the school I work at too because it's a 6th and 7th grade school right now. And she always is trying to find new ways to like reach out to the community. They just had a whole construction lesson where it was 6 weeks where they would come every Friday and the girls would learn about construction. We went on a field trip to a real construction site where they're building a new elementary school. And so that just really helps the girls see what else is out there outside of the textbook setting. And I think partnerships, especially in NITEP, really help this. And then contact. So the most important thing to have to me is having communication with the teacher and being involved with the work that's going on in the class. So the parents were really about the contact. My aunt has 2 kids in elementary school and they're back now, but I really saw like my cousin getting upset about everything because she like wasn't involved in school and she would just try to like go on the Zoom and then leave, and then sometimes she would forget about it, and then the teacher would contact my aunt, and then like my cousin would get in trouble. It was just like not good. But now everything's better since they've been back in person. I really saw like from the beginning to now like everything shift. So the influence on teaching philosophy for me is that the role of the teacher goes beyond just giving students information. It is fostering and supporting the whole child and often their family. So again, it's about everyone being involved with the child and just giving them those opportunities to see other things outside of the classroom and just giving them all the support they need and more. And so by being involved in like all these different partnerships, I was able to see everything and just put it all together with like writing buddies, this project, and seeing different stakeholders, and just being involved in the community really helps all of it.
Great job, Allie. So that is all of our presentations. We have, I think, 2 minutes. I think I got the 2 minutes, actually. I just got the warning. So if you guys have any specific questions about the process that the fellows went through or any of their experience, we'd love to hear from you.
I guess I have a question. One thing that teachers do are action research projects sometimes. Do you think that this experience will set you up to ask questions when you're a practicing teacher that can help you understand some of your own practices a little bit better? Any thoughts on that?
I definitely think so, just because when we first started interviewing, maybe my other peers felt the same way, but I was kind of nervous. But then as the interviews kept going, I was like okay with asking questions and more confident with it because I knew it would help me in the long run. So yeah, I feel like when I get to that spot that I'll ask a lot of questions.
Yeah, for me too. Like I always get nervous like presenting and stuff, especially like because of Zoom. Like my first semester, like we didn't really do it as much, as a lot more interactive this semester with like all my classes. So it's really helped me like open up and like ask more questions to people because I've always been really reserved. I just kind of like do what I'm told, but like now I'm trying to see everything and just see it more from my perspective and like get questions like that.
Again, just as a reminder, these are freshmen. So super impressed by each one of you. And thank you so much for the opportunity to work with you this year and to get to know you.
For those of you who are joining us, welcome. Appreciate you being here. This part of the NITEP project was exciting and fun, and there was a lot to it. communicating with multiple stakeholders, teachers, principals. There were some parents also, as well as some organizations who influence education in Southern Nevada. And I will allow our fellows talk more about that, but we will have, as I see this, we will have 3 presentations, it looks like, and the order of which we will follow the same order that's noted in the NITEP conference program. And so we will start first with Victoria. When Victoria concludes, we'll move to Samantha, and then Sophia will wrap us up and be our final presenter. So let me turn the time over to Victoria.
All right, before I begin, I just wanted, so I don't take up everybody's time, are we each having 4 minutes to present, or are we shortening it up? 4 minutes, okay. Well, hello everyone. My name is Victoria Zimmer. I am a first year elementary education major, but I actually just started the process to switch to secondary education. I decided I want to teach high school English. So let me tell you a little bit about the stakeholders that I interviewed. I interviewed 3 elementary school teachers for the first group. For the second group, I interviewed two elementary school principals. And for the third stakeholder group, I interviewed 2 directors of 2 separate educational nonprofit groups, which was a really interesting process. Now, we all went through the same interview process. I'll go through it a little bit for all of us. We went through a total of 15 questions with a few follow-up questions. And we communicated with our interviewees before to set up the meetings, which were all virtual. And we had 30 to 45 minutes for each interview. And we just took notes on each of the interviews, and afterwards we would go through and review all the information and see what we learned from each of our stakeholders and interviewees. Now, one major focus that I chose to focus on for my stakeholders was how they adapted and how COVID-19 affected them on each level, so each perspective. Now, for the teachers, they said that they had some issues dealing with the pandemic. Obviously, we all kind of struggled, but they said their main issues were the different factors that they couldn't control. They said that with virtual learning, there's so many distractions that they can't control. And if a student isn't engaging, they can't always make sure that they are engaging. It's just difficult, not being there in front of the student and just seeing a blank screen. From the principal's perspective, they said they did well on the aspect of making sure that they had resources readily available for both their students and their families throughout the entirety of the pandemic, which was really good for them. And for my nonprofit directors, they told me about all the wonderful opportunities they had for their learners before the pandemic and how they had to change that for new COVID regulations, but they still made sure that they had those opportunities for them to learn something. I wanted to tell you a little bit about how this project has influenced my teaching philosophy. Throughout the NITEP project, I was able to learn what to expect from my future as a teacher in the Clark County School District. I was able to be given advice and the opportunity to learn things that most teachers don't have the opportunity to until their first or second year as a teacher. And I was able to see what my school might expect from me as a teacher and what the community as a whole needs from their teachers. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you for sharing. Appreciate that. We may have some time at the end, so if people have questions or want to engage further in conversation, we will most likely have a few minutes in the end, okay? But without further ado, let's move on to our next presenter, next NITEP fellow, who is Samantha.
Sorry, give me a second. Okay, so hello, my name is Samantha. I'm an elementary education major, aiming to be a 5th grade teacher. And for my EEP, I've titled it Interviews and Influence, How My Perspectives Changed. And for my stakeholders, I've interviewed a combination of teachers, principals, and nonprofit members who doubled as parents. And for the interviews procedures, like Victoria said, they're really similar. And we just went through guided questions and email formats to contact our interviewees. And we made sure to practice the procedures and protocols and then review the recorded data for key findings. For the major findings, sorry, give me a second. For my major findings among teachers was that they were in high demand and they had strong premonitions that schools would become more adept with technology due to the pandemic. And for my findings for principals, it was that they were pushing towards heavily pushing towards a welcoming and diverse environment, and that funding greatly affects the support they're able to provide for students. As for the nonprofit influencers, I learned that through helping others, we can see a positive ripple effect in communities and the expansion of networks. And overall, the major findings included high demand for teachers, increasing representation for students, and fostering future education leaders. As for the philosophy, participating in the NITEP EEP1 has influenced me in multiple ways. It's really helped me in stepping out of my comfort zone and being able to talk to a lot more people than I'd usually be able to speak to. It's given me a lot of opportunities to work with wonderful members of the NITEP community as well. And I've learned to appreciate the importance of diversity in classrooms and all over schools. And it's also helped me reevaluate my potential in the educational community. I've never really considered jobs aside from teachers, and seeing what principals do and nonprofit members do, it's really widened my view. And I really look forward to what I'm going to achieve later on. That's it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Like I just mentioned, we will have some time. So if you have a question or two, write it down. And so now we will turn it over to Sophia. Go ahead, Sophia.
Hello, my name is Sophia. I am an elementary education major, and I hope to become a 2nd or a 3rd grade teacher. So like Samantha and Victoria said, all of our questions were very similar. We all interviewed very similar people. The one thing that we all did was choose questions in our interview protocol that were our major questions that we really wanted to find answers to. And my 2 questions were the what do the interviewees see for the future of the educational community, as well as what are their successes and challenges being a teacher, principal, or a nonprofit educational influencer, or just in their education, career. The major findings that I found were that there is a severe underfunding in schools in the Clark County School District. There's also a very large teacher shortage, as well as there is an old teaching style, and that they're trying to push in the new teaching style and kind of stop okay, here's a worksheet, this is what we learn in class now, show me what you know on a worksheet. They're trying to shift from that to more interactive activities in the classroom, more things that students can do together. And it's not just, okay, show me like a pen and paper kind of thing. They're trying to incorporate more technology into the class. Now, the difference that I have from my other two peers is that I am from New Jersey. I did not grow up in Nevada. And so I got a very, very different view and perspective of the differences between Nevada education or Clark County School District education and the education I grew up with. And the one thing that I really knew about the schools in Las Vegas is that there is a very big teacher shortage that you guys are experiencing. And the thing that I learned about from these interviews is how rewarding it is to be a teacher and or principal. My aunt is a teacher, and she always talks about things that happen in class that make her feel good about herself or make her be thankful that she became a teacher. And I can't wait to experience those kinds of things. And my thoughts about teachers that has changed over the course of this project, changed in a positive way. Like I said, I grew up in a completely different environment, and learning about what others experience and what I'm going to be experiencing has made me realize how much work it is to be a teacher, but how good and rewarding it feels to be one.
Excellent. So we do have a couple more minutes. So I want to see if there are some questions that came up for you while they presented. Feel free to unmute yourself and go ahead and pose the question. I can pose the question as well if there's something in the chat. I think for me, while you're considering the questions that you want to pose, one of the things that I think that I wondered about as we were working on this is did your perspective, or what did the perspective about education or what it meant to be a teacher, did that change at all? And if so, in what ways? And so Sophia or Samantha or Victoria, if you want to address that.
I think for me, it more like reaffirmed some of like the core like values that I like want to implement in my teaching. Like for example, diversity and acceptance. They really they brought it up a lot, and I don't know, I thought like it was something that was just barely being brought in. So it was like, oh, maybe like not all teachers are as advanced, and especially because one of the teachers that I interviewed was an older lady. So I thought maybe she wasn't as caught up, I guess. But I was like I really liked some of their values, and I think it really helped like further them too, because they have like a lot of tips too when you interview them. They give like a lot of tips and like a lot of experiences, and it furthers your own like knowledge.
Victoria or Sophia, do you want to address it as well? The question being, how did your perspective of what it means to be a teacher change, if it did? And what did it include? What does it include now that it didn't include before?
I definitely agree with Sam. I wouldn't necessarily say that my perspectives changed. I grew up, with a lot of family in the Las Vegas educational community. So I kind of always had that little bit of insight. And I think I just saw like a different side of it when you're telling someone like I want to learn from you, and this is what I want to do in my life. They prepare you for that. They tell you the side that nobody shares. They tell you, this is what I struggle with. This is what I wish I knew. And I think that's the best thing that I got from this project is, like Sam said, all those little tips and tricks and just things that you wouldn't know if you didn't have this experience. At least you wouldn't know now. You would learn it years down the line.
Yes, definitely. I mean, we all grew up not on the teacher side of the classroom. We were always on the student side. And so interviewing all these people we were able to interview, you get a completely different perspective of everything. Um, you know, and I knew that teaching isn't just coming to the classroom and teaching students. It's a lot more than just that. And there was one teacher in particular that I had interviewed, and they had many stories that they told me, you know, with their students and how they helped them, you know, outside of school life and their personal life and everything. And it just again made me realize that there's a lot more to being a teacher than just teaching in the classroom.
Thank you. Excellent. I appreciate your responses to that question. Other questions from the group who got to listen into these presentations? Colleen, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, thank you. I had a question about what is like one thing from these interviews or just the process itself that you were going to take away? Like what's something that like stood out to you or a value or something? Or just
One thing that stood out to me, I feel like it was that the people who I reached out to, they took the time out of their day. They took out about an hour of their day to allow us, you know, to interview them and ask them these questions. And the responses that they gave us weren't very short answers. They were very detailed. And I enjoyed and I liked the feeling that they wanted to help us out, and that, you know, like I said, they took the time out of their day to be able to answer our questions and help us with our research.
I think for me, it'd be how like wide the educational community is and like how many other jobs there are, because almost like all of the teachers that I interviewed or all of the members or interviewees that I've interviewed all had different experience in the educational community that went beyond just being like a teacher or a principal or a nonprofit member. And it opened my eyes to like how many more possibilities there were, because there were so many. And I don't know, I'm gonna like look into that as of now.
I think my biggest takeaway was when I interviewed those of the nonprofit groups. I didn't realize beforehand how many people are focusing on different issues in the educational community. I mean, I interviewed one nonprofit group leader, and she told me that they focus on allowing or like teaching those in the educational community to become leaders. So like if a teacher wants to become a principal or, you know, like a coach or something, that they are actively helping those people reach their goals in that. And I did not realize that that was going on. I realized how large the community is. I think that was my biggest takeaway.
Thank you, guys.
I have a question. I'm just curious. I don't know if you guys mentioned it, but I was curious what nonprofits that you guys interviewed with, and were they different ones, or how was your experience, you know, interviewing with those members of the nonprofits?
We're allowed to say what, like, okay.
Oh, are you guys allowed? Sorry, I
we are. I just wasn't sure. Okay.
Okay, gotcha.
For me, I interviewed two members from Teach for America. One of them had more to do with like funding, which was really interesting because she did like a lot of work throughout, and a lot of her work is still being used in other states and what do you call them? Counties. And then the other one was supervising like how do you say it? Like the teaching for other teachers, basically. But yeah, they like, although they're in the same group, I'm sorry, although they're in the same nonprofit organization, their duties are like vastly different.
I interviewed the director of alumni for Teach for America Las Vegas, and I also interviewed the president of the Public Education Foundation.
And I think that, just so you know, we also had the opportunity, and I think the person who wasn't able to make it here got to interview the director of Nevada Succeeds as well. So different organizations who work within the educational community, and they have other goals, as they, as was mentioned by our NITEP fellows. They have different and specific goals that they're trying to accomplish. Some of which align with the school district, some maybe not so much, right? But it's just a different goal, and they have a different purpose as being part of that organization. Great question. Appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
What else? Did anything, or if there aren't any other questions, is there anything that's popping up in your minds, Sophia, Victoria, and Samantha, now as we're having this conversation about your experience, about the interviews, about what you learned, etc., that you want to share? I mean, we only have a couple more minutes left, so maybe if you have something, maybe just share one or two more things to kind of conclude this session.
Honestly, I just want to say that like this experience was something like I know I'll think about, like as I'm teaching actively, I'll think about all those teachers and principals and directors that I had the opportunity to learn from, and how their advice will have impacted like how I teach and how I learn from that. And I want to say I'm grateful for this opportunity.
I agree 100% with Victoria. It was really a unique experience, and I'm hoping I can like check out some of these things in person once COVID eases up a little bit.
So thank you very much, everyone. Appreciate you being present during this session. Looks like we're headed back into the main group. So thank you. Excellent job, Sophia, Victoria, and Samantha. Great job.
For 3 different groups who are involved in the educational community. We interviewed 3 to 4 administrators, teachers, and parents. For the interview, I used a question protocol and adjusted the questions as needed for a better fit. I also asked follow-up questions as needed to gain more knowledge about the interviewee and what they stated. Following the interviews, I compared and contrasted the interviews as well as looked for themes within the responses given. Moving on, while I compared, contrasted, and looked for themes, I found some interesting findings. First, I learned that many give the advice to get involved into the school community as soon as possible, while others advised otherwise to stay focused on the classroom management before venturing out. In my analysis, I noticed that across the board, no matter the group that I interviewed, their most important point was to build relationships with students. These relationships not only had to be with students, but with colleagues, administrators, and staff. They just made it clear to have relationships built. As well, sorry, I lost my spot. It seems to be that parent involvement has always been at its most minimal, but has become more obvious to schools since the pandemic. Lastly, in my findings, I picked the most valuable thing that will stick with me in my career. I personally learned that the passion one has for the field has to be the strongest ever, because the money is not what keeps us in this field. Of course, each situation presented is different. One's passion cannot be above living in poverty. This became the most valuable to me because I have known that I wanted this profession for the longest, even knowing the struggle about the pay. All of these findings allowed me to build my own teaching philosophy. My philosophy on education is that there's not one way to fix all the educational system problems, but a teacher can help students with their struggles. I believe that a teacher's classroom should provide a safe place for students to feel welcomed. The class should be an environmental place for students to feel okay to be confused and ask questions. In my classroom, students will understand that I am the teacher, but I can still be there to help them with anything, even if it doesn't involve school. These findings influenced my teaching philosophy in many ways, but most importantly, by opening many experiences and opportunities to getting one foot into the door for the educational community. The interview allowed me to practice my skills needed for my educational journey, and I'd like to thank NITEP for allowing me to do so.
Thank you so much, Leslie. Does anybody have any brief questions for her? Okay. Frank, do you want to share your own slide, or would you like me to share it for you?
I can do it.
Okay.
Let me. All right, hello. I am Frank Schmidt, obviously involved with NITEP. I'm planning to go into secondary education as a geoscience teacher, but it's a physical science degree. So the educational community is that everyone is involved with their educational community in some way, but the questions present itself, what is an educational community and what makes it important for the stakeholders that are connected to it? Those are the questions that we asked. What is the educational community, and the people that we interviewed, how are they connected to it? Personally, I interviewed science teachers, administrators, faculty from the science department, as well as parents that just in general. Let me move this really quick. All right. Through the process of Zoom meetings, since we can't meet in person, an interview was conducted with a protocol draft of questions revolving around the educational community and what the stakeholders did to participate in it. Every individual that I interviewed described the educational community as a combination of all stakeholders in education, meaning parents, teachers, administrators, the head of education, policymakers, and one or two even stretch it out to say that the entire country's policymakers are involved in the educational community. A large majority of the interviewees said that they became involved in the community through a good teacher, whether that teacher either inspired them to become a teacher themselves or inspired a parent to want to get involved. It all rooted from a good teacher or a good individual. All of the interviewees also were involved in programs at their school and with the community, but in varying ways, depending on their connection to the community, as parents found themselves working in a fundraising program, while faculty and teachers were working in teacher improvement programs to better their teaching skills. Though not everything is perfect, as every interviewed stakeholder also mentioned the lack of money, which was mentioned in the last presentation as well. Particularly money in the science department was a great issue that needs to be resolved, as the science department is not as well funded, especially geoscience. This influenced my teaching philosophy because as an individual, I always thought I needed to be the controller of a classroom, pushing my students to their greatest potential. But through the interviews, I learned that I don't need to control the classroom and I don't need to push my students, but I need to lead my students and make them feel involved with the educational community. By leading clubs and activities, teachers can make connections with their students that will inspire the students to do better and work harder. I've also learned that I will need to get all of the community involved with classrooms when I become a teacher. Parents and administrators alike should be aware of what's going on in the classroom and how they need to be a part of it.
Thank you, Frank. Does anybody have any brief questions for Frank? Okay. Kyla, and you wanted me to share yours, right?
Yes, please.
There you go.
Thank you. So we all conducted interviews based on trying to figure out
how each role is played in our education community. The first step that we did was conducted interviews to kind of show what that role is. So for my interviews, I did 2 teachers, 1 administration, and 2 parents. My field of study is secondary education with a focus on math. The interviews that we conducted were on Zoom. Some of the people allowed us to record and some didn't allow me to record, which was fine. I just took notes for the analysis. I noticed that everyone was really nice and was open to sharing more information based on the jobs that they complete for the educational community. They were very open-minded, so any questions that I asked, they weren't uncomfortable or didn't feel like they needed to answer. They wanted to give me more information based on my field of study to kind of help me and motivate me to become a teacher. Teachers and administration went more in depth, meaning like the parents were kind of not really as open as to like sharing about their kids as like teachers and administration would be to sharing about students, which was understandable. The meetings that I conducted were about 15 to 30 minutes. They didn't last that long because, as I said, the teachers were very open-minded and wanting to give information. So the questions that I asked kind of ran a little bit short because when I would ask questions, they would go into depth talking about more than what I asked, which was good. My findings, I learned that it's very good to focus on building teacher-student relationships. That's how you kind of make your students more comfortable and trust you in order to learn more and learn easier and not give such a hard time. In everyday school, teachers are given lesson plans. So it's not really on the spot, but it's up to the teachers to kind of work with the lesson plans to make it easier for their particular students to learn because all students learn differently. I even did an interview with a teacher that told me how their school is ran based on art. So they focus on their lesson plans being directly about drawing pictures, painting pictures, or through music. And I thought that was really interesting because a lot of people do learn very differently. Administration, they work with a certain amount of people. So they're not working with the whole school or a certain like group of people, kind of how teachers work with smaller groups of people. And I kind of, after talking to administration, I kind of felt like once I become a teacher, I would kind of want to grow in the field to kind of work towards being in the administration. I'm sorry, the videos, okay, never mind. Parents, they put their trust in schools while they're at work. Basically, that means like they're trusting the schools to watch their kids when they're not able to watch them. So it kind of made me open my eyes to kind of make them more comfortable and just allow them to really be who they are in a school setting. And I realized that for my teacher philosophy, I always want to be prepared on how to run online and in-person classes because with the pandemic going on, you never know if something like this can happen again. I want to build student and teacher relationships in order to gain their trust, but not only the students' trust, but also the parents. And for my particular field of study, I know a lot of people do not like math at all, and it's not a fun subject, and you can't really do much to kind of make the class more interested. So it's up to me to kind of make my lesson plans a little bit more beneficial when it comes to their learning and how they learn. I want to make parents aware of their children's behavior and grades to kind of let them know what's going on in the classroom so they're not just throwing their kids in school and not really knowing what's going on while they're there. And I will also ask the administrative members for help and use other resources in the school because after talking to administration, I realized that they do way more than just talk to students. They also help out teachers in many different ways.
Great, thank you, Kyla. Anybody have any questions? Okay, Faye, you're up. Do you want to share or do you want me to?
Wait, you have a question in the chat.
Did I?
Yeah, I put it in the chat.
Okay. With what you learned, how do you plan to use some skills mentioned in your future classroom?
Kind of just like that was a good question. I like that. But kind of how, like the student-teacher relationships, growing up, I learned that that's important too, even just being in school for many years. That's kind of the first thing that I would want to do is kind of build that relationship with my students, because that's how you get them to be more comfortable and allow them to like trust you to give them the knowledge that they need.
How will you use what you learned to engage parents?
Well, I learned from speaking with the parents that they're, especially like kind of that it's online, they're more engaged with their students now because they can kind of see what's going on the laptop, because a lot of parents are working at home. But when classes in session or in person, they're not there to kind of watch what their kids are doing or hear what they're learning. So I feel like it's kind of up to the teachers to let their parents know what's going on in the classroom. So not only about like behavior or their grades, but basically about like what I'm going to be teaching them or how I'm going to help them for their future.
Does anybody else want to chime in on either of those questions before we listen to Faye's presentation? Okay, Faye, it's all you.
All right, so I'm just going to share my screen then. Just making sure, can we all see it?
Yep, it's up.
Awesome, all right. So to begin, I just want to say a special thanks to Dr. Rachel Part, Dr. Brenda Pearson, Dr. Harsha Pereira, Colleen Narayan, Dr. Marion Cole, and Jesus Lopez Rojas. The first four are the members of my research group that I just presented on. I really appreciated their guidance in the research world, and I actually got a taste for what it's like, being an actual researcher in college. I want to say thank you, Dr. Cole, because he really did help me throughout this entire journey in my NITEP career. And I want to say thank you to Jesus Lopez Rojas, because they were my mentor for when the NITEP program and Teach for America, they collaborated, and he basically helped me synthesize all the information that I learned throughout the semester about teaching, and really helped me find why I want to be a teacher, which is what this process is called. So moving on to what I actually did in NITEP, the stakeholders I interviewed are 2 high school math teachers, 1 high school biology teacher, 2 high school assistant principals, 2 education faculty at UNLV, and 2 parents of high schoolers. And for the interview procedures and analysis, it was a combination of Zoom meetings and phone call interviews where I basically tackled on topics such as math anxiety and teacher transiency. And I come to realize that, well, the maze is there because I realized that these topics are sort of ones with no direct answer, and that there's multiple pathways of addressing a problem, and it's just really hard to find a solution for all of those. So moving on to my major findings, I found that teaching math is all about teaching mindset, and that the existence of math anxiety is debatable. And that's because from some of my stakeholders that I interviewed, they told me that they didn't see math anxiety, and these are from my 2 high school math teachers. They told me that they use strategies that sort of made those students, they use strategies to teach their students how to study in math, which of course kind of instills the growth mindset into them in making them realize that once they work on math, they will obviously get better at it. And I also found out that teacher retention is a worldwide issue with no easy solution. And I also learned that you can't just throw money at the problem. The issue is also finding teachers who actually want to teach. That's also an issue because most people don't really want to, be a teacher. And I've also heard from one contact that there are some schools that hire unlicensed teachers to teach math and science, and that these math and science classes are not going to be honors and AP classes. That was kind of shocking to me, knowing that there are some unlicensed teachers in the classroom teaching students. And overall, this influenced my teaching philosophy by making me realize that teachers have a greater purpose for their community other than simply teaching a subject. meaning that they're also teaching a mindset so that the students can do well in their classes as well as future classes by instilling that growth mindset. And also, it solidified my decision on becoming a teacher. Through this whole entire experience, I've come to find the reason why I want to become a teacher personally is so I can help those students who aren't getting a proper education and maybe change their mindset for the better if they have that fixed mindset thinking that they can't really grow in their academics, that they're stuck in that same intelligence level. But it's actually on the contrary, how they can actually work on certain subjects and be better at it with practice.
Thank you so much. Faye, can you stop sharing, please?
Yeah, sorry.
And then we have about 5 minutes left. So if anybody has any questions specific for any of the fellows or in general for all of them, go ahead and unmute or pop them in the chat. But while people are thinking of other questions, I wanted to ask everybody, what's the most surprising thing that you learned during this process? Whether it's something that one of the people you interviewed said or something about the process or you as a teacher. What was the most surprising thing you each learned?
I'll go first. So generally for interviews, I was always on the other side being the interviewee, and having to go through the process of interviewing someone is more difficult than I thought because the questions can't just be the same for everybody. And like I have these questions in front of me, and even if they're in front of me and I thought they were meant for this person, they weren't. So I had to go through and change them as I interviewed, and it was a struggle, and that was the biggest thing for me in the process.
I can go next. I would say I agree with Leslie. Like sometimes you'll write down questions and then feel like you have it all under control. And then once you start interviewing the person, their answers might be something that like you didn't expect. So a lot of like follow-up questions, I had to come up with new ones because it was like, oh no, I thought they were going to say something else. So it all just depends on the type of person you're interviewing, but you never know like what they're going to say.
I'll go. One thing that I found interesting is how many people had similar answers to some of the questions that I asked.
What really surprised me was the sort of pathway it takes to be a teacher. One story that really struck out to me was that one of my contacts was actually a meteorologist before they went into teaching. So I just thought that was pretty cool that anyone can be a teacher and do well at it.
So did that meteorologist become a science teacher or a math teacher?
A math teacher, surprisingly.
Okay. Did any of you run across any issues in communicating with parents? And if so, how did you resolve it?
With parents, it was really tough for me to get into communication with them. It was as if they didn't want to share much information with their about their kids, and one spectrum, it was because they didn't know much about what their kid was doing. So when I would ask questions, they would draw a blank. And that's why I thought it was interesting when Kyla said that with virtual classrooms that the parents feel more engaged. And in my end, it was the complete opposite, that the parents felt like they didn't know much what was going on.
Anybody else? Okay. What did you learn from each other as you listened to each other present today?
I learned that the educational community composes of a lot of different people.
I would say that from everyone else, I learned that, like you said, there's a lot of different people, but there's also a lot of different viewpoints. So kind of like with the parent thing, like the parents I interviewed thought it was easier online than in person. And then like Leslie's parents thought it was easier in person than online.
I learned through everyone's interviews that teaching seems to be a lot more than what it seems like on a surface level once you start looking deeper into it.
on the same note with Frank, that teaching is more than what it's on the surface, and we have to, or not we, because I'm not a teacher yet, but teachers have to do more than just teach.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to get pulled back in the main room in under a minute. So if any of the fellows have any final thoughts they want to share, now would be a great time. Otherwise, I just want to thank everybody who's presenting or who came to this breakout room.
Thank you.
Okay, so our first question is, based on this experience, how do you feel virtual learning can positively impact students' continued education? You can unmute and speak when you are able to answer or ready to answer.
I think this opens up a new era for our students because now they feel comfortable, at least to a certain extent, being home with technology. So being in the classroom with technology should be a nice flow into the classroom to be able to bring about technology again. I feel like before we had this situation, technology was a little bit of a challenge being able to integrate into the classroom, but now I feel like it's time for our students to be able to do it, which is very exciting.
Yeah, that is very exciting. Thanks for that, Colleen. How about Erin?
I definitely agree that, given the added experience of technology is been really positive for students. I definitely think it added another layer of digital literacy to be taught to them that they may not have been taught before if this whole situation hadn't happened. And I think that's just great that that's a bright side of being stuck with online school, that we were given more time to teach digital literacy and how to use the computer and how to use the internet and all the different resources that it can offer us. And I definitely think the students I had really were learning a lot about that as well with me.
That's great, Erin. Thank you. Now, some of you, if I can't see, you might have to use the hand emoji. If I don't see your camera, you might have to use the hand emoji. Lauren, go for it.
Okay, so I feel like because students were so abruptly forced into a digital era of learning, that it convinced a lot of students and parents that learning was nearly impossible to do over the computer. But I agree with Colleen and Erin in the fact that it actually did force students to learn or to have a better understanding of digital literacy. It helps students rewind, pause, and fast forward through lectures. And it, gets rid of the excuse that, oh, I lost my homework, or I don't know where it is, because it's all in the same place. And I just feel like I personally, from my students, I learned a lot about just working Google Meets. I've never actually had to conduct a Google Meets meeting before. So they were like, oh, Lauren, change your background, change this, do that. And I was like, oh, I did not know any of that. So I feel like there was definitely, it was definitely equally me being a teacher and them being a teacher with all of the digital aspect of learning.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because I when I taught online, same thing. We were both learning together. So yeah, Annalie?
Hi, I think probably one of the really most helpful things, because I can't help but put myself in the place of the students. Like, what would have happened if for example, I taught 7th grade math. So if I think if I was a 7th grader, struggling through my pre-algebra class, and I was suddenly in the middle of this pandemic, something that I think is really helpful. A lot of times when you just go to school, we learn how to do we associate doing these types of math problems, for example, when you're sitting behind a desk in a classroom. But then when I would get home and doing my homework, okay, now I have to recall those same skills, but now I'm at my dinner table doing the homework, or I'm on my couch, and being in the actual classroom would help. It's I could almost only do those math problems and only recall those skill sets when I was in the classroom. So I feel now that they had to learn from home, it's now I think it'll help them get a more well-rounded view of the knowledge. They'll be able to recall those skill sets because if you can do it wherever, that helps achieve mastery more. And then one other thing that I think will be helpful, if we go back in person, when things someday, something that we'll have picked up from this time that will help us going forward is that I can't help but remember when I was tutoring, I would use on Google Meets, there's this function called Jamboard. So we'd open up a board, right? And I'd be doing math problems with my student there and it saves. And so she'd be like, oh yeah, let me take a screenshot of this because like I want to use this when I'm doing my notes later or when I'm doing homework like tomorrow. And I just think back to me when I was in math class, like you can't take a screenshot of the board. Like the teacher erases the board, then it's gone. Like I would take pictures with my phone, but like it was like, it wasn't the same effect. So I think that if we're back in the classroom, like maybe teachers can, instead of writing on the actual board, like they could use an application like the Google Jamboard or something. That way it creates a file and then students will be able to refer back to that in their resources. So I just think there's a lot of benefits that we learned through this.
Yeah, that's great, Annalie. Thank you so much. Yeah, it can definitely be like leveraged like going forward and especially for students who like need accommodations and things like that. So thank you so much. Did I miss anyone else? I have like all these gallery screens here. Okay, so our next question is, how do you feel your students have learned or grown from the tutoring experience? Lauren?
So I have three short anecdotes to tell about this question. So I feel like my students have grown tremendously, even though at first, not at first, during the entire tutoring session, I felt like they weren't learning anything. And then the very last day of tutoring, one of my students, she it's 5 minutes before we left, she was like, oh yeah, by the way, one of my teachers, she had a conversation with me and she was like, oh, do you have superpowers or something now because you're picking up a lot of the material way faster than you were in the beginning of the school year? And that made me happy because I honestly did not think I was making that big of an impact with her. But she's doing amazing. And another one of my students, she has like math modules, and she said that for 2 months straight, like she's a brilliant student, but for 2 months straight, she was stuck on the same math module. And then after doing tutoring with me, even though we only had a short session together, she said she went through that module and 2 more modules in less than a week. And I was like, that is crazy. Like I did not expect that. And another one of my students, they don't outwardly show that they're learning, but I know they are because they'll say something like, oh no, I don't know what we're doing, or I've never learned that before. And then as soon as I give them a question with a little bit of encouragement, now they can do math problems that they said that they never knew how to do. And I'm like, but you do know how to do it. You just need a little bit of push to do it. And then when I asked them a question randomly, at first they were like, I don't know. And I'm like, try to draw it out. As soon as they drew it out without me having to help them, they finally figured it out for themselves. And then I was like, so how did you do that? And at first I thought that they were using like a multiplication chart. But instead they showed me the entire drawing that they did. And I was like, I am so happy that you actually took something away from this math tutoring session. So yeah.
That's amazing, Lauren. It's great to hear those stories. I think a lot of the kids benefited from just that one-on-one attention, so that's amazing. Let's see, who else do I want to hear from? Erin, go for it.
So for most of the year, actually, I really only had one consistent student with me. And so, that was like a little bit of a blessing and a curse because I could really, focus exactly on her. I wish I had more opportunities to get to know more students, but I really treasured, having this one-on-one time with a student. But she was very advanced, in English, and that was the subject I taught. And when I first talked with her, she was very shy and like quiet. And I was like, so what do you want help with, And she was like, I don't really know. And so I try to incorporate, things that she liked to do. And I noticed as more time went by, she would tell me, hey, I'd really like to do more of this. I love to do this, or I need help doing this. And I really felt like not only did she like grow and I like try to challenge her with the activities I was giving her like academically, but I also feel like she grew as like personality wise. Like I felt she was more outgoing and more talkative as the year went on than she started with, especially when I got a newer student towards the end of the year. You know, she didn't really go back to being that shy girl who I met at the beginning. She was like more talkative. They seemed like they were friends at least. So I love to be able to see that growth in them and from our sessions.
That's amazing, Erin. Thank you so much. Who haven't I spoken to yet? Justice.
So I only had one student for the entire year, so I got to really focus on her. And it was really cool because I got to develop a very intimate relationship with her. We got to know each other really well. And she had a learning disability where reading and English didn't really come to her that easily. So at the beginning of the sessions, you could tell she was really like hesitant about reading out loud. And most of the time when she would misread words, it's not because she didn't know like phonics, but it's because she doubted herself. So for me, the most rewarding part of that experience was seeing her face light up when she started to gain that confidence. Like, oh my God, she would try to stop herself from smiling because she was so proud of herself. And something like reading a word with 3 syllables without being hesitant about it, it's something that we don't really think about. But for her, it was such a milestone. So just those like little smiles throughout the sessions whenever she'd have those tiny victories, that's how I knew that she was growing, like in self-efficacy and in like the more technical academic areas.
That's great, Justice. I love hearing those stories, and I hope that she's continuing to be confident in everything she's learned with you. That's great. Alana, do you want to share anything?
So I had a different number of students throughout the year, but there was one who was there every session, and I also got to develop a good relationship. I kind of learned how it is when like your students keep their cameras off and you kind of feel like you're talking to yourself a little bit, but you know that like I could see he was engaged because he would participate by turning on his microphone at least or typing in the chat. And so I knew he was with me. I definitely think that he learned and took some stuff away from the lessons, especially towards the end. I tried to see if he like benefited from it, and I tried to make that a point in each of my sessions with him, like I want to help you in whatever way I can. So I think that he appreciated that.
That's great, Alana. Thank you so much. So I'll go to our next question. So we just talked about all the things that your students gained, but what did you learn from your students during this experience? Lauren.
So I definitely learned that you cannot always trust a student when they tell you that they are learning, because like I noticed with one of my students, I asked them in the beginning, like I always make sure to do a beginning and end of the tutoring session check-in. So what do you need help on? Do you remember what we did last week? And did you retain the knowledge of what we did last week? And even when I say on a scale of 1 to 10, how great are you with this right now? And then every day, 1,000, amazing. And then we actually do it, and it is not that. So I like to encourage them and be like, yeah, you are amazing. It's wonderful. But let's go back and maybe just review a little bit so you can refresh my memory about how to do this. So it's I just definitely learned that you can't be angry or upset if a student is misleading you, because that's not their intention. Sometimes they're just a little confused about what they know or what they don't know. So it's very important that even if your students tell you they know everything, to still go back and go over it with them.
That's a great strategy. Yeah, it is a great lesson on assumptions as teachers. That's great. Thank you, Lauren. Colleen, do you have anything to share about that?
Yeah, of course. My kids, I love my kids. They're so wonderful. I had 2 consistent kids the entire time, and they were very interested in like storyboarding and like drawing and anime. That was like their big thing, and they had that such in common. So I try to do a lot of our like things for them to like get together and do their own thing. Like one, because I have to figure out how to get my kids to make connections with one another, and being social is not exactly like a virtue that they're being taught right now. So it was very exciting to see them connect and be like the coolest kids that they are. And for me, what I learned was just taking like a step back when I did see like that they were learning and they were talking to each other about how to do the problem, or like I taught math, but I also taught like writing. So they would we had a game where we would say a couple words and we'd keep going into like a full story, where we'd build on each other's story. So I just had them like kind of do that, and having like just seeing them without me telling them how to do things was very important. And I think that's what I got from it a lot, was just letting them do their thing after I give them instructions.
That's awesome, Colleen.
Hover.
Thank you. Is Sandra here? Sandra, do you have anything to share?
Yeah, it was definitely difficult at first because when I first started tutoring, I had two different students throughout the semester, and the first one showed up like once, like very inconsistently, and the first student was very behind, I'd say, in the subject material we were learning, and then he didn't show up the next time, and I didn't have a student for a while, and then I got another student later on, and like she was way ahead, so it was like such a huge difference. I sort of wasn't expecting such like a huge gap between two students of the same age, and I realized like he probably had some sort of learning disability that made it more difficult for him. And then she was probably in a position where she was like ahead of most students, because for me, I had to sort of adapt with her because it seems like she was ahead of what she was learning in school. So I kind of had to go ahead too and start doing things for what she might learn the next year. And I noticed too, I think this is pretty common with students who are really, like students who usually catch on to things really quickly, that when she didn't catch on to something, she'd get frustrated really quickly, which I understand because I feel like I was the same when I was a student, when I was younger, when I was learning in school. And so I would just have to remind her, like, it's okay to make mistakes sometimes, and it's okay if you don't get something right away. Like, we're going over this. There's no rush. You're already like ahead. Like, you don't have to like beat yourself up over it. And I think that kind of helped, that kind of helps me too, because sometimes I'm like that with myself and what I'm learning. That if I don't catch on to something right away, I usually take it pretty hard. So it was kind of like a learning experience for both of us. I kind of like saw myself in her. So it was good to see that. And then it helped me reflect on my own learning.
That's awesome, Sandra. Thank you. Yeah, that sounds like you had a good experience, like learning about the different levels that could be in your classroom, and the scope of difference of where they are and what you have to do as a teacher to differentiate for students like that. But also with growth mindset, it sounds like you really were, engaging with her over that. So that's great, Sandra. Thank you. I saw Annalie.
Yeah, I wanted to comment off of what you just said. I had also two students that were, I don't know why I expected there's such a huge range of like abilities within like 7th graders, like in math. It's like one kid was doing like stuff that I learned in 10th grade, and then the other kid was just doing like basic like pre-algebra stuff. So there was one day, and I had kids who were like inconsistent, sometimes would come, sometimes yes. So you never really knew what to expect. But one day I'm there in the meet, and there's one boy, he's really good, like really advanced, like he's learning like geometry stuff. Like, you're in 7th grade, why are you learning geometry? And he knows it really well. I'm like, do you need help? Like, do you have any questions with it? He's like, no, I know it really well, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay. And then the other student I'm working with is like, just like I said, going through basic algebra stuff. And so we were working on what he was struggling with. And I was like, well, since this other student is so like advanced, like maybe he can help me explain and help me like that way he can benefit from this too. Because, if you teach something, it helps you learn it all the more. So I was like, maybe I can have this other student like help explain to his peer, like how to do it. And it actually worked really well, which I'm grateful for, because the student, he was like, well, I'm not sure why I do that, but that's just how I do it. And I'd be like, well, then I had an opportunity to teach them both at the same time, which was really helpful. And I just want to say, like, I think that this helped form me as an educator, because I have without a doubt that when I'm teaching, like, that's definitely probably going to happen all the time. Like, you have some kids who are just happen to be more passionate about the subject, so they go out of their way to research it more. And then there's other kids who are just like trying to catch up. So yeah, this was really helpful for me.
That's great, Annalie. That sounds really like a good learning experience for you, because sometimes students who are like more advanced or higher may not be able to explain their thinking all the time. And so, that was a good experience for him to be kind of forced to do that. So that was a great decision for you as a teacher. Thank you. Our next question is, how did this experience support, shape, or change your educational philosophy? Lauren?
So at first, for my educational philosophy, since I didn't really develop one until this year in like one of my EDU classes, but like my basic understanding was, as long as you are amazing at the subject material that you're teaching, you're going to be a great teacher. And I found out that was definitely not the case. And I found out that the center of my teaching right now is actually nurturing, because yes, I know what I'm talking about, but it doesn't matter if I know what I'm talking about if the students don't understand that I also need them and want them to achieve their highest academic potential. So yeah, they definitely taught me just basically be more patient, be able to adapt my curriculum to fit what they're doing, because just because I have a set plan in my head on how the day is going to go, that is definitely not how the day is going to go. So yeah, that's like my teaching philosophy.
Thank you. I think I saw Erin. Go ahead, Erin.
So something I've always thought, before this experience, was how important routine can be in a classroom. And when I started with the tutoring, I started to keep like a routine, of like the daily, like weekly things we would do. And, but I kind of felt bad towards the beginning. I kind of was like, oh, I really hope I'm not like boring her, or like, it's just not an enjoyable time. Because while I wanted it to be educational, I also wanted her to enjoy herself, because she's taking this hour outside of her own time to come and be with me. So I want her to at least be happy to be here. And so I was really worried about it. And so that started to change the way I thought. But as we continued and progressed, I noticed like when I would try to change things up a bit, she wouldn't appreciate that. And she was like, no, like, or like she'd join and she'd be like, so we're gonna do this, 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 and this, right? And like she'd be all ready, all set to go. And it kind of it made me feel more confident with the way I was running things, and kind of reinforced that like routine can be good. It is good to change it up sometimes, but I really got to see firsthand how important routine can be to students.
Yes, it can be. And I know, like in my classroom, just even having the daily agenda on the board of what's happening every block or every period is so helpful to most of the students, especially students who need that routine. So that's great. That's great learning for your philosophy. How about Justice?
So my educational philosophy, it really centered on pretty like hyper idealistic things. I think that came with just being a major in like secondary ed in English. I just have that mindset that you're going to be teaching like mostly how to critically think about ideologies. But my student this time in tutoring, she was in 5th grade and she had an IEP on top of that. So it really brought me back down to like planet Earth, and it really forced me to think about the more technical aspects of pedagogy. And it also gave me a lot of practice with how to be sneaky about learning, because some students don't like learning. So it's like when you cut up vegetables and then you like hide them, so the kids will have their healthy dose. So I had to learn how to really take the more uninteresting aspects of English that she really did need to learn, and I embedded them in more fun activities. So it was a good balance between being engaging and still getting things done.
That's amazing, Justice. Yeah, that's a great experience with you having an elementary student, because sometimes those strategies are still required in secondary classes. So that's a great learning experience as well. We've only got 40 seconds. Does anyone have anything they really want to share before we go? No? All right. Well, thank you so much, all the fellows in here. You guys did an amazing job this semester and this year, and you persevered. And like the lessons that I saw you guys doing in your sessions were so amazing. I saw so much growth. You're all going to be great teachers. So thank you again for your hard work and really persevering all the challenges that we had this year. You guys did a great job. So thank you.
More that way too. Combining real voice with chat can be kind of...
Hi, everyone. Sorry, I was just assigning some people to make sure they all got in the room. Welcome everybody from EVP2 and guests. And I'll be providing some of the questions for the roundtable today. So we'll start right away. You might have to use your hand emoji to let me know you want to answer, just because I don't know all of you. So I won't be able to call you by name like I was able to in the last group. Or just put your hand up if you've got your computer camera on. Thanks, everybody. Okay, so our first question is, what did you learn from your students? Oh, I better record actually. Let me make sure I'm doing that. Okay, it is recording. Perfect. All right. So what did you learn from your students that might shape how you interact or engage with students in the future? Let me just see. Okay, Hannah?
Yeah, so I was expecting it to be so different, and it really wasn't that different than what I see in, my practicum classroom right now. The only thing that I did notice that I commented a lot was that they had way more engagement than I'm seeing right now. They're going through the same things. These, my students and their students are going through the same things of, transitioning to virtual learning and having to deal with all this mess of society right now, but they were way more engaged. And over time, I learned that it really was the teacher that I was observing. He really took time out of his class time to get to know these students and have a personal interest in them. He actually told me that they have homeroom classes, and for most of his homeroom students, he has a very close connection with their parents. One student actually, their father passed away, and he actually went to the hospital the night their father passed away to be there for his students and for his students' family. And I realized that connection that they have is the reason why he has so much engagement. And I feel like that's what I wanted to take away, because I feel like we're ingrained as teachers that we need to know what we're talking about. We need to know all these classroom management techniques and all these things, but really what it comes down to is, treating the student like a human being and getting to know them on like a personal connection. And I felt like that really helped change the way I should look at my students.
That's amazing. I can see that that teacher has developed some really good relationships. Sebastian?
Yeah. So for those of y'all who don't know me, my name is Sebastian Cardenas. I'm a secondary education major in social studies, and that's important because I got to actually teach government and civics, and I got to do it in Spanish because I had that opportunity. So as I'm an immigrant. My family moved here when I was about 6 months old, and just being able to have that experience taught me a lot about what my experience as an immigrant actually differs in like Latino children's experience, right? And that it's not a monolith. It's a lot of it's different. Chile is actually like reconstructing their constitution right now, which was awesome. And the engagement factor really went up, but there was a lot of comparative questions, right? They asked me a lot of things, and when a lot of my experience as an American immigrant, right, started coming up, they were like, well, we don't really, what do you mean your teachers don't look like you? Like we're all the same here pretty much. Or what do you mean that you're a minority? What's that? You know, so just things like that where, and there are experiences where, like, let's say they're indigenous population, there's a lot of like class stratification where we could compare, okay, well, how is discrimination? How is all of this kind of work in the same types of institutions in the same way? But just being able to have conversations with young Latinos that whose experiences were so different from mine, and their like perspectives were so like fresh to me, at least, was like life-changing.
That's amazing. And I learned something about Chile. I didn't know that their constitution was being reformed. Thank you. Anybody else? I'm just looking around if I see any hands. Okay, so our next question is, what did they teach you about teaching and being a teacher? Hannah?
Yeah, so my teacher that I observed, he taught English. So it was kind of nice that I could understand him a lot better than I'm sure some had the opportunity to. But since he taught English, he taught all different grade levels. I mean, he taught kindergarten to 12th grade. So what I learned is that I really have to be flexible. And I think going in, I was like so set that like I'm a secondary ed major, like, you know, I'm only going to try and focus on like his secondary classes. But then I actually had the opportunity to interact with his second grade class, and I realized how flexible as a teacher you have to be, and how much that skill really gets you through teaching. And so that really just opened my eyes to a new side of teaching, and it made me not be so closed off. It made me be more open, because as a secondary major, I was always like, oh, I don't want to, you know, I don't really want to go to your second grade class. But he pushed me and pushed me and pushed me to go to second grade class, and I did, and I was so grateful I did. But it was just so different that I would have, you know, 1 hour I'd be teaching a second grade lesson, and then the next hour I'd be teaching an 11th grade lesson, and then the next day I'd be teaching a 7th grade lesson. So I really had to be flexible, and I really I'm very grateful that I got to learn that as a teacher.
That's amazing, Hannah. Thank you for sharing that. Janie or Janie?
Oh yeah, you're good. It's Janie.
Okay, Janie, go for it.
Yeah, I just wanted to like piggyback off of Hannah because I felt the same way. I worked with a Chilean teacher. He taught art, and I am a social studies, a secondary education major as well. And so, I mean, I love art, but like I have no idea, like I don't know anything about it. So I worked with him for the past 2 semesters, and for my first semester with him, I was in a 5th grade art classroom, which was like so out of my league. But it was very different from this semester where I worked with his 9th grade art classroom, and seeing those differences between the classes was crazy because in the 5th grade classroom, I don't know about you, Hannah, but they all had their cameras on. It was like very engaging. The kids were awesome. Like I usually don't work with elementary students, and I'm not good with like the little kids. But they were just so awesome. I loved how engaging they were. They were always asking me questions. They were always like excited to see me. And like, I was just so excited to like be in their class and, you know, make those connections as well. So as a teacher, I think I learned that importance as well as like making those connections, even if it is virtual learning. I learned how to make connections through this online format as well, not only with the students, but with my teacher as well. Was just a really great experience. And working with the 9th graders, they're a little bit shy. They don't have their camera, like only one person, you know, one student had their camera on. And so you have to find ways to still make those connections, even throughout those challenges. But honestly, yeah, it's been a great experience overall. And I've learned a lot from both the students and my teacher as well.
Thank you so much, Janie. That sounds like a great experience. And I'm biased. 5th grade was my favorite grade in my whole career because they just want to learn. They think you're awesome. And so it's a really wonderful year. That's good. Sebastian, do you want to share anything about that question?
No, yeah, for sure. I think the level of engagement told me a lot, and it again goes back to the context of like the reconstructing the Constitution. All these kids were either 16 or 17 years old, and in about a year, they're going to be able to vote in or vote out with the new proposed Constitution, right? So they really felt like it was on them, and there was a lot of a lot of the conversations I haven't even had in college. You know, like what is democracy really like? Is a representative democracy like how does that disenfranchise people? How do like these were like I almost didn't know answers to this, and I've been studying this for like 4 years, and it really goes to show that like the kids in my classroom or like the kids that were or the people that were my peers when I was in government classroom, it's not necessarily that we didn't want to participate. It's just that, you know, the buy-in, like if we really believe that we're going to have that change, that we're going to have that weight of the world on our shoulders one day and that we have a voice, engagement will go up, and you know that self-efficacy will go up too. So I think that's the thing that most impacted me as a teacher, is seeing what happens when kids really believe they have that voice.
Yeah, and what a teacher like has to do to encourage them to use that voice. So that sounds like it was a great experience as well. Great answers. So our next question is, how did your experiences in school differ from the experiences you provided that were provided to you in your Chilean experience? So maybe it could be your experiences in school, like in the US versus what you were engaged in over there. Jamie?
Yeah, sorry, I can speak on this one. I think one of the main things was obviously the language barrier. I was actually learning, so I taught English very briefly in Spain when I studied abroad, so I was already learning Spanish. But by the time I was in the Chilean classroom, my Spanish was like, okay. But it was definitely the language barrier. I loved being in a classroom again with Spanish speakers. So it was really helpful for me to like improve my Spanish, as well as for them to communicate with me in English. But that was a really, I think, big one is like the language, and just being really respectful of like the culture as well. And you know they would always ask me questions about, you know, US politics, you know, what's happening in the US. So really just, I mean, having that respect for the culture, be willing to learn about, I love learning about their culture. Like it's something, one of the things that I've really loved from this experience is just learning more about each other, right? So it's that, I think that interchange of, you know, cultures and, you know, the lives that we have. Yes, we're like miles and miles apart, but we have a lot of things in common as well. But I think the language was one of the big things as well. And then, you know, when I was planning things, I had to be mindful of how I was speaking, because I always wanted to be clear and concise when I'm speaking English so that they understand me as well. But yeah, I loved it. They asked me to speak in Spanish sometimes, and they definitely help with my Spanish as well. So.
That's awesome. Yeah, I've been to Spain too, and language was difficult for me as well. I had an experience of what it was like for like ESL students. I speak French, so I could read most things, but I couldn't speak it. So that's a great experience when you go to another country and you have to learn those things and put yourself in the place of students. So thank you, Jamie. Hannah?
Yeah, I mean, I had a similar experience. They would ask you like, oh, do you speak Spanish? And I'd be like, oh, a little bit. And they'd ask you to speak it, and they just want to get engaged, and they'd be like, oh, well, try and say this and try and say that. I think the main difference that I noticed though, as I started going on, my teacher wanted me to develop every time I came, he wanted me to develop lessons to teach. And so at first, I'm so conditioned by these, UNLV lesson plans that are like 4 pages long that we have to do, that are grueling. And so I would be like, okay, like, you want me to write out like everything that we have to do? You want me to write out, like, I would trying to make it like 4 pages plus long. And my teacher was like, no, like, just go pick a video. Like, that's all I want you to do. So it was very simple. And what I learned from that was that it was just very to the point, because I've noticed that in my classroom right now with practicum, I've been trying to maybe overcomplicate things, and that then you just lose students. You completely lose them in that. And what I've learned through this experience is that simple can also come off as effective. And I think that's what I learned, because I feel like when you're in practicum, you want to be able to show yourself, you want to be able to show that you're able to put off these, elaborate, great lesson plans and all these things. But really what it comes down to is, if it's simple and it's effective and the students learn from it, that's all you have to really do. And so that's just really how my experience was different, because I was able to do such simple and effective, like straight to the point lessons. But with my practicum, I had to kind of elaborate and do more outlandish things, and things that I had to trial and error things that most of the time didn't work. So it was good to see that.
That's great to hear that you were, okay with doing trial and error. Sometimes as teachers, we think we just have to know everything, and we're afraid to say, hey guys, that didn't work. Like, we're going to do that again tomorrow. So that's a great skill to develop for good teachers, but also to see that there's different teaching styles in different cultures around the world. So it's a great experience for that as well. I think there's someone else in here from your group. Angela, is there an Angela in here? Angela,
yes, hello.
You want to share on that question?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. How did your experiences in school, like in the US, differ from your experiences that you had in Chile or with the Chile program?
Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. My teacher recently just got done doing testing for her class. And I noticed that while she was doing her testing, that she was also going through her tests, like question by question with her students. And at first I thought it was just because she has her questions in English and in Spanish, so she was like reading the instructions in English and then she was going through them again in Spanish, even though she had it like written both ways. But I thought that was really, really interesting, because when we do like testing in elementary school here, obviously it's like a hush hush, everybody be quiet, work by yourselves. But she was going through all of the questions. Like, she wasn't giving answers, obviously, but it was more just like talking through it. I assume it was problem solving. She spoke Spanish for mostly Spanish for some of her classes, so I didn't really know what was going on all the time. But I thought that was very, very interesting. I was very, very interested in that. I saw a lot of benefits to that. It kind of changed the way I think about the way we do testing here in the States. Personally, I guess it's because I'm just so used to like, okay, test, everybody shut up, keep your head down, don't look at anybody's desk, no, I can't help you, don't ask, that sort of thing. So I thought that was really, really nice, interesting, and I feel like that's a great way to handle testing stress for elementary school students, because I really don't agree with doing like big serious tests with elementary school students. So I really liked that. That's one thing that was different for me.
That's a great, amazing experience. Yeah, very much so. Yeah, it's quite different. It can be, anyways. That's great. Okay, and so our next question is: talk about how you engage students in your experiences. What worked? What didn't work? What challenges did you face? And did you have any surprises? And we'd love to hear an example too in your answer. Sebastian?
Yeah, for sure. And I guess this kind of ties into the last question too, but it's a great example. Like it really impacted me a lot. When I like just growing up in school, like I always felt like I had to be like the teacher. I'm learning from them, right? Like I'm especially like as a young EL, I was like, okay, my accent, like how do they act? And I really came in, and then just coming into this virtual classroom, there was the expectation that like they were supposed to ask me stuff about the United States, right? Like that's what I'm there for. Like I was gonna help them learn English or like just stuff like that. And it ended up being the opposite. Like I really wanted to learn about them. And as like this, I've never felt like I'm like ni aquí ni allá, right? Like because I'm a Mexican immigrant, but I grew up here. Like there's this really weird middle ground of not feeling like I belong anywhere. and just talking to them about what it means to be a Latino, like what my experiences were, what I'm learning from them. One of the students actually told me, like, she stayed after class and she was like, me hace sentir orgullosa de ser chilena. And that means, like, I feel really proud. You make me feel really proud to be Chilean. And I don't know, they just like really, like, I wish I would have had that, like at her age. Yeah, yeah, no, it was great. It was amazing. And then again, just like the engagement, it was really Socratic, because there was so much engagement and buy-in from the students. There wasn't bullet points. It wasn't like direct instruction at any moment. It was literally like we could ask a question and they could go on for like 40 minutes about it. We actually had to like reel them back. So there was big differences, and I learned a lot.
Thank you, Sebastian. That sounds like it was a good learning experience. How about Hannah?
Yeah, I feel like the first like semester was really rocky for me, like figuring out what grade level needed what. I ended up doing a lot of research and like, what works for second graders, because I just wasn't sure about that age range. I've been taught pretty much 7 to 12, so I just wasn't sure. I learned that for second graders, they love games, but I'm also not going to put it past the older ones. They loved it when we would put it in game form as well. I learned though that the older ones, they really enjoyed having discussions as a class. So they didn't really want to do an assignment where they had to write anything down. They wanted to talk together as a class about something. And once one student got rolling, like a whole bunch of other students would get it going. So that was really fun. I did try at the beginning to try and do like some written assignments, because the teacher did say that he wanted them to, practice their writing, but those just went over like a lead balloon. They were terrible. So we started to incorporate more discussion lessons, and those to this day are the most effective. We do those every Monday, and I think the students really look forward to it.
Thank you, Hannah. That's great. Angela, what about you?
So I worked with a pre-kinder and a fourth grade class. I found that with pre-kinder, I found that obviously because their English vocabulary is so limited, call and response sort of things worked really, really well with them. And having them like repeat after me was also really, really fun and cute to do. One of my favorite things ever was when I would say something and a student would like repeat it, and then they'd repeat it again, like right after they said it a few times, but with like trying to like eliminate their accent. I don't know. I thought that was really, really cute though. They'd be like, they'd like, like for the fourth graders, they were talking about like the 5 senses, and I kept using the word like hearing, and they go like hearing. It was really, really funny trying to copy my accent. I thought it was the funniest thing ever. And another thing also was that obviously because I don't speak like any Spanish at all, my fourth grade students really tried hard to formulate sentences for me, like when they wanted to ask questions. I really appreciated that, and I also liked the language aspect of it. It's kind of like the immersive language learning strategies that some teachers use in the States for their English language learners. But they really did try their hardest to communicate with me like only in English to the best of their abilities, and I really appreciated that. So I think, funny enough, I think me only speaking English to them actually kind of helped them learn vocabulary, if that makes sense. I just thought that was really, really interesting. So those are a few things that I did in my classes that were successful, in my opinion.
That's great, Angela. Yeah, when I visited my cousins in Africa, the same thing. They would always say, would you like some water? Because they thought our accent was really interesting. and different from theirs. So thank you. We have one more fellow who isn't able to speak. She's not feeling well right now, but I'll just read what she shared in the chat, which is that what didn't work for her was journaling. She had a first grade science class, and they had a science journal that she had tried near the beginning of the semester, but she could tell immediately that they weren't engaging when they used the journal. So as soon as she started engaging by virtual activities, they were very engaged and started enjoying the class a lot more. So thank you, Sarah, for that. And anything else you want to share, Sarah, just type it in there. Happy to read it for you. That's great. Did I miss? Oh, Jamie, do you want to share anything about for that question?
Yeah, I guess I can share a little bit. For me, it was a little different because my teacher, he was very, he liked to plan things. So it was a kind of a lot of me just like saying okay to whatever he wanted me to do every class. So I guess that was like, I guess one challenge was maybe I should have pushed more for my ideas or for more flexibility in the classroom. But honestly, every time I went into the classroom, it was pretty engaging. I think it was harder with the ninth graders. Having them open up a little bit more was a little difficult at first. But as far as engagement, I think just asking questions, every time I'm with them, I want to make the most out of the time that I have with them. So any chance I get, just asking questions, asking about, more about their artwork. We would always talk about their artwork or their classwork. And so that last class that I had was like a really, I think, good example of how we engaged with them. And I was able to speak to every single one of them in English and see, how their English skills as well. But yeah, I guess that was partly a challenge on my end, but still I try to make the most of it, engaging with them as much as I could and asking them, those questions throughout class as well.
Thank you, Janie. That's really great. I have another question for you guys, which is that how did this experience support, shape, or change your educational philosophy? Hannah?
Yeah, I kind of mentioned this earlier, but I felt like, before when I was developing my educational philosophy, over these years, I was so focused on making sure that, I had a great classroom management plan. I had a great, content knowledge. I had all these things to make me look like a perfect teacher on paper. And I wasn't really thinking about the personal connection part. I've had a few teacher mentors in the past tell me don't get too close, you don't want it to be too clouded and things like that. But I realized that I have to make my own way as a teacher, and I have to understand my fit as a teacher. And I feel like though my fit includes fostering knowing that my students know that I care about them and that I care about their well-being before their grade. I care about, what's going on at home and, if they're okay before I care about, a letter grade in this class. And I feel like that's really important because I feel like if I have that personal connection that they can do better in my class and in their education and in their life if they know that they have someone on their side.
Thank you, Hannah. That's a great advancement for your educational philosophy. Sebastian?
Yeah, this was kind of already part of it, but it just like to another degree. I've never really experienced it. It's just not to assume a lot of things. In that classroom, I was like an extranjero, right? Like a stranger in two senses. Like one, I grew up in the United States, but also like even as a Latino, I'm Mexican, they're Chilean. So there's a lot of differences there. And although we had a lot in common, like it's crazy. Like one of the students and I were talking about like lucha libre, right? Like that type of stuff. Like there was a lot of stuff in common culturally. There was a lot of views. There was a lot of things and experiences where like it's just not the same. And even if I have students that I feel like I connect with a lot, I can't assume anything around them, and I have to learn where they're coming from, what their perspectives are, and what they care about specifically to be the most effective teacher I can be. So, and that goes for not just the students that like I feel a connection to, but all of them. So yeah, that's student connectedness and centeredness. And cultural competency, I guess, would be the term for it.
Oh, that's great. Thank you, Sebastian. It sounds like you and Hannah both were learning a lot about injecting some like humanism into your philosophy. That's awesome. Janie, do you want to share anything about your changes or advancements in educational philosophy?
Yeah, sorry, I just saw Sarah put it in the chat as well. I honestly, the same thing that Sebastian was saying about cultural competency was the main thing that I really got out of it and changed my perspective. And honestly, this experience has like sparked a major passion for me to teach abroad. I just love learning about like different cultures, and this experience was just really great. Learning about a new culture, it's very different from Spain. And so, whenever I would talk about my experiences from Spain and living in Spain and everything, we would always compare that as well. And, the language is different. A lot of the culture is different as well. But honestly, yeah, learning more. I feel like as a teacher, you're always learning. So I think that's a really important thing as well. So you're always learning about your students. You're always learning about, teaching strategies, virtual learning. So it's just really, it was just a really empowering experience to learn more about their culture. And even with the time that I had spent with them, there's still so much that I have questions about, that I want to learn about. And so hopefully one day I can visit Chile and, really experience that culture and more about that country.
I just want to add to that real quick. I mean, you all experienced one half of what we typically get to do in terms of the relationship. And certainly once you get to see those same kids in their home with their parents, and you start realizing parents all have the same dreams for their kids. They want the best thing for their kids. The kids have this whole life outside of school. We only see that little part in school, and it's kind of a really, I think it can be a really neat experience once you link the two. So I'm very eager to get as many of you down there as possible, as quickly as possible, so you can connect that as teachers in the US. In your own home community, it would be very weird to sort of say, hi, I'm going to show up and live with you for 3 weeks so I can understand your lives better. That would be kind of weird. But in that setting, under the guise of how we do it, it's not as weird. And everything that you all experienced is just doubly enhanced once you actually connect the home to school parent-child relationship.
With that, Dr. Bardner, I just wanted to say there's a myriad of reasons I like teaching abroad wouldn't be realistic for me. This is probably a once in a lifetime thing for me. So thank you for everything. I'm so beyond grateful.
Collaboration. It's what makes everything function. Okay, so just the first discussion topic, and you can show that you want to go next by unmuting yourself, right? Like I'll keep an eye on hand raises, but if someone's talking and you unmute yourself, we'll just assume that you're going to go next, and we'll remute when we're done talking, and that's how we'll show we're on deck to talk. The first conversation I would love to hear, and this is the first time I'm hearing some of this too, is I just want you to talk about how you engaged with students in your experience, what worked and what didn't work. As teachers, it's really important to be critical of what we did, right? It's how we get better. Were there any like weird surprises that happened during this? So whoever wants to go first would just unmute right now.
I'll go ahead and start. So some of the surprises is when I was communicating with my Chilean teachers that there were some last minute changes for, I didn't understand at the time, but I'm sure for whatever reason, because of certain scheduling. So, but for example, I was to create Kahoots and I completed my Kahoot, and then my professor said, oh, I need you to create a Google Forms instead. And at first I was confused, but it's probably because it is likely that the students were having problems with Kahoot when video sharing. So, but other than that, it was a very, very collaborative effort. I created lots of presentations for the students, and they really enjoyed themselves. They really enjoyed when I visited.
Okay. Oh.
Sorry, I can go first. Something that was really surprising to me was I don't know if it was the same in everyone else's classrooms, but none of my students had their camera on, and it was just a sea of black. And I found it really hard trying to connect with them, especially because in my practicum, cameras are required, even for the hybrid kids at home. So even that way, I'm able to see the kids, at least connect with them, match up face to the voice. But in Chile, no one turned on their camera, but the participation was anything like nothing that I've seen here in Vegas with hybrid. They were so active. They were so motivated to speak and laugh with their classmates. And I dug a little deeper and I found out from one of the students that their school system is a little different from ours. So they will have the same class, like the same classmates for like through their whole year in their school, like middle through high school. They'll have the same classmates, same class. And the only thing that changes in and out is the teacher. And I was like, oh, so they already all know each other. So that's why they're able to laugh, have jokes. And so that really helped me. I'm barging into their classroom as a new person, a new personality. And so it really helped me that they already all knew each other, and then I can just kind of assimilate in there. But yeah.
All right. So I had a mix of third and fourth graders. They actually all had their cameras on, so I had an opposite experience with them. But like you said, they were very engaged. They were so excited to just learn and even meet someone from the US. Like I felt like a celebrity when I was with this class. It was awesome. But some of the engagement I did with them, one was when I introduced myself. I had a PowerPoint, showed pictures. And when I showed my pets, it was all over. Like it was good to have a connection with them because they would talk about their pets, their names, some that passed away, some that ran away. It was just an awesome connection when we talked about our pets. And then my Chilean mentor teacher, she wanted me to do a lesson on daily routines and the difference between must and mustn't. So I just, again, made PowerPoints on lessons on that. And I would send a link to them on like an educational game that we could play together. So I would send the link through the chat, and then we just kind of like put, you must do your homework, or you mustn't disobey your parents, just for example, things of that nature. But yeah, they were so excited, very engaging, and it made me feel comfortable just to slip right in.
My experience was similar to Marlon. It was also a bit more different than everybody else's experience. I did most of my presentations in Spanish rather than English because my mentor teacher, her class was outlined for Spanish rather than English. And before this virtual abroad teaching experience, I was a bit nervous about that. I do know how to speak conversational Spanish, so that helped me a lot. But I was kind of insecure about using like the right academic terms and just the right terms in Spanish in general. But overall, I always came back to my mentor teacher, and she did help me out a lot. And for the most part, I think we all had the similar outcomes. Even though I did most of my presentations and teachings in Spanish, it gave me more exposure to a classroom environment that's different from the US, and in general, just more practice in the classroom.
Alyssa, I've seen you on mute like 3 times now. Go for it.
It's okay. So it was interesting with the Chileans because we kind of had 2 sessions. So they kind of have like their school schedule switched. So like with our winter break, that's when they have like new set of students. So with my like first session, I had like 6th graders and 10th graders. The 10th graders were actually like an extracurricular thing. They asked to talk to me. So like you could tell that like they were all so engaged into like asking me questions about like America, and then I would talk to them about their culture. And so we kind of like made this connection where they kind of picked the topic for the next session. So which was really interesting. But with like the 6th graders, they were a little more shy. They actually like spoke to the teacher in Spanish before like talking to me. which I understood. It was a little hard, but like the others were saying, I also kind of did like introduction PowerPoints. And once I started talking about like TikTok, like my teacher and I, we kind of had like sessions about like what I should say. Like as soon as I mentioned TikTok, animes, like movies, TV shows, they all jumped on that. And that started like making like the connections. But with this session, it was more 8th and 9th graders who she hasn't met yet either. So it was interesting, like seeing how she was trying to get them engaged. And then she's like, okay, give me some time before like I jump you in. And then I was like, okay, I'm here to consult you, because they were more of the older kids. So it was like, okay, I tried to connect to them to like their sessions with like discovery and inventions, because it was more like project-based learning. So like, okay, I've done this, I built this, and I'm here to help you, which kind of lessened like the kind of awkwardness. But it was really interesting seeing like the different grade levels and like different interactions.
Yeah, like Alyssa said, it was interesting to go in that transition after their summer break, because I worked with anywhere from 9th to 12th graders throughout my time, which was very interesting. And I felt very lucky to work with Macarena, my Chilean mentor teacher who teaches English as a foreign language. So she's very fluent, and English is my content area in secondary ed. Because she asked me to do some pretty complicated presentations on English grammar, that I was even sweating a little bit, like what is passive voice, what is present voice, and that kind of thing. So it challenged me academically as well, got me back into my English side of things. But yeah, so I did a lot of what everyone else has said, a lot of presentations. I tried to make them as bright and colorful as I could, to engage them and motivate them. I think we all know that is increasingly important in this virtual, realm that we're in. Cahoots and all of that fun thing, beneficial, I feel. And just overall, just had a really wonderful experience with a mentor teacher who is so good at what she does. And the kids are I feel as well talkative to me.
Oh, we might have lost April. That's okay. That's okay. If she comes back, we'll let her finish. I love that there's a side conversation that can happen in chat. So if you do have questions, audience, please like put it in chat and people will respond in chat. We have so many fellows here that could answer your questions. But let's keep going with this. I think Skylar or Mackenzie, yeah.
Okay, so engagement for me was by far the biggest challenge over the course of the 2 semesters. I was also, in the older grades, and no one would ever have their camera on. At most, I think I had 3 students, and that was just for one class with their cameras on. And the teacher had told me that they don't really interact even in Spanish, and then adding the layer of speaking to me in English, there was very little interaction because they were a little embarrassed about like their English speaking skills, and then they're like older kids, so they just didn't really want to talk to anybody anyway, so it was a big challenge. And so when I first started, my teacher had suggested like just doing like PowerPoint presentations basically. And so I did that, and it was more of like a lecture style format, which since I'm like a K through 3rd grade kind of like educator, lecturing was kind of unusual to me, because usually if you lecture at, a kindergarten student for an hour, they're not going to pay attention at all. So that was unusual. And so I tried to like, towards the end, I wanted to move to more of a dialogue format, but that was very difficult because I would only ever get like 3 to 4 students ever speaking to me. So then I started using Google Forms as like polls. So I would have questions and then have the students vote on the questions. And then that did, I would get a lot of responses from students who like had never spoken to me, but at least I knew that they were like there and engaging in some way, and like reading the English polls that I had set up and interacting and listening to me in some way. So that was my main form of trying to engage the students.
My experience, I think, was very different from the rest of the people in this one, because I was with a special education teacher. So I was with like a specific student, and then and I think the biggest challenge was the language barrier between me and my mentor teacher. Sometimes we would go back and forth just constantly, and I would ask a clarifying question, and then she would be confused by my clarifying question, and we would both have to go like outreach for help, because then we were both just getting very confused as to what each other was asking. So that was definitely, I think, the hardest thing that we both had to kind of overcome. But I also felt like another challenge was just because my experience was very different than all of my other fellows. So since I was kind of working with one student, I wasn't creating whole like lessons. I was doing either like warm-ups or like brain teasers at the beginning, and just doing like small little increments of teaching. And then I was mainly focusing on like how to adapt the lesson for a certain student based off of his abilities. So that was kind of interesting too. I wasn't making whole things. And I was also in a math class. So like they would be doing a math class in Spanish, and I could completely understand everything that they were saying because it's math. So when I would be doing like my little brain teasers in math, I don't think that they really had to like know everything that I was saying in English, just because math is kind of universal in that aspect, which, you know, helped me out a little bit because I don't know Spanish. But yeah, it was still really fun. I loved, you know, getting to know the kids. And I do agree that they kind of think that I was like a little celebrity. They were like, when are you coming to visit? Or like, can we come hang out in Vegas with you? Which was just super cute.
I don't think I actually mentioned that there was no Spanish requirement to engage in this EAP. It was a challenge, but all of you dealt with that challenge so brilliantly. I know like one of you, I don't think they're in this room, would share a screen on Google and just use translate back and forth with the teacher as they were like typing. Like, brilliant. I wouldn't have thought about that. Okay, this next question asks you to think about your own personal experiences in education. How did your experiences in school differ than the experiences you provided to these students, or that you were seeing that they were getting in class? This speaks to a cultural difference about how different cultures approach education and schooling. So same style, just unmute, you know, look around, and you can go.
I think that this was my favorite question to answer, just because I'm a special education major in obviously CCSD, and then I was with a special education teacher in the Chilean school. So I really got to see the difference between the two of them. And I do have to say that I'm kind of impressed with the, you know, US special education department, just because from what I understand from my mentor teacher, they don't really have like severe disabilities in their school. And in CCSD, we take everybody and we teach everybody, because everyone deserves to have a great level of education. And so seeing that kind of difference between the cultures kind of made me a little bit sad that they didn't really, like, where are all of those students? Because you know that they are there, but like they're not in the school. So that kind of made me a little bit upset. And then there wasn't a whole lot of individualization for my special education students. So I was working with an individual, and from what I understood, it would be kind of like a co-teaching situation if you did the equivalent of our schooling. But I didn't see a whole lot of him getting like the accommodations and like individualized that I think we would have done here. So he had an IEP there, but I don't think that he was, you know, getting that individualized that I think we would have done. And their IEPs are very different from ours. I feel like it's kind of like we do it very individualized, whereas they kind of look at the level and they're like, okay, let me copy and paste. This is for you. Whereas we do it, this is the student, these are his test results, this is what he needs, now this is his plan. So I think that that was very interesting to kind of see the two side by side. And based off of what I know from CCSD and what I've learned, I'm pretty impressed with what we have.
Something I noticed that was different from my experience when I went to school is that in Chile, they actually have a class called Consejo Grupo, which means group council. And it's where students talk about their emotions that they may be going through or just their academic concerns. And since these students share the same class and they just changed subjects or like they stay in the same class each year, it was a free space for them to just talk amongst each other because they know each other very well. And another thing that I noted that was really interesting was that the teacher teaching this class, which was my mentor teacher, she would advocate for them. So something that she did is that my class, the class that I was looking over, they failed. Well, most of them failed a philosophy test. So the teacher advocated for them and talked to the philosophy teacher and see what other things they can do to remake those points. And I think this is something that you don't see in the US that often, or my experiences here in schools. And I think it's an efficient class to help students' emotional and academic needs.
One of the differences that kind of stuck out to me was kind of how like Chile and America focus on the pandemic in education. Because like they said, like there was with lockdowns, like Chile went into lockdown like 3 times, I believe, in the first session. And even like my teacher was saying they got on lockdown again. And so there was a time when teachers were back in the classroom, but students were never back in the classroom. It was interesting seeing like how like we were trying to race to have our like kids back in the classroom and seeing like how that affected it. And it was also interesting seeing how they handled like the technology aspect of education. Because like with Chile, my teacher was telling me that they spent like basically like the first month or 2 just going over technology so that they could like focus and still learn like education. Well, I don't think we really had like the same effect here. Like I think we just try to get them back in the classroom, or we just try to get back into lessons and not really like focus on what are the needs of our students. So that was like one of the things that really stuck out to me, especially with like modern times.
I would completely agree with Alyssa. I think the technology aspect was also what most stood out to me. With the American teachers I've worked with during the pandemic, you know, they're lucky to have gotten a laptop from their schools or anything to use. And the Chilean teacher that I worked with, he had like a fancy camera and a mic. He looked like a YouTuber or something. It was very fancy. And yeah, so that was like a really interesting difference because the teachers here, like they might have like a Chromebook to work off of, and that, you know, it's kind of like sad compared to like the niceness. And I think that partially, you know, that could be due to the fact that this was like a private school. And I think that that's like a huge difference because I had never, you know, interacted with a private school as well in any way. So to see the differences in that too. So I don't know if that was so much cultural or what, but, you know, it was a huge difference that I noticed.
I'm going to try this again with my camera off. Hopefully that you guys can hear me to the end. It already is saying my internet's unstable, so we'll see how it goes. But I just had a wonderful experience with, again, the English barrier there. It's interesting how quick they are to pick up really complex grammatical concepts. So I found that to be really enlightening in terms of my practicum placement here was not that way. And the students were not as motivated to learn grammar. I'm sure a lot of people have like a shudder through their body when you hear that word. And I agree with you, even as an English major, you know, grammar is not the most fun thing to learn, but the Chilean students were so quick to pick up those concepts. And I was just really inspired by that. By their willingness to learn and their willingness to interact with me in that way. matter that's not all that interesting. So that's the biggest difference I feel like I learned between working in an ELA classroom here in America during my practicum and working in an ELA classroom or English as a language, English as a foreign language in Chile.
One of the things that I experienced is three things. Well, one, I noticed how very focused everyone is when they are discussing their subject. And another thing that surprised me is that before I explained what I discussed with the class is they were discussing about the endocrine system. And part of that was they discussed the topic about abortion, which was, to me, that was really interesting because we know here that we never talk about that in a classroom setting. But they were basically discussing what their opinion was on that and what should be done, along with some alternatives. And they also discussed about how it was like dealing with the pandemic as like a discussion session. They even asked me, so how do you feel about all the stress that comes with the pandemic, with the students and the teachers? And I tell them, well, based on I have a mom who's a teacher, and I think that the students and the teachers have equally dealt on a, trying to think the right words was all like, but I just told them I think that students and teachers have a mutual understanding on how much the pandemic has changed, how some of it has been hard, and then how they all got by. So yeah, that was my experience. Just basically everyone was pretty comfortable in talking about very heavy subjects.
Something that I found really interesting was I'm in secondary science, so love science my whole life. I've been learning it ever since I can remember. And then I go into this classroom and I have seen some new methodologies that I have never seen, never even in college. Like she was teaching the kids electron configuration. I don't know if you guys remember what that is, but basically she brought up all of these charts and like vocab, and I've never seen it before. And I was like, oh my gosh, these kids are so smart. And so she trusted me enough to teach this lesson in English on a Jamboard, which I was really grateful for because prior to this, I had no experience with Google Classroom. And I know that's really big in CCSD. So like navigating Google Classroom and Jamboards, and I practiced and I was like, I don't want to look like a fool in front of these kids. And so I ended up teaching the lesson, and I got to use the charts and vocab that the teacher had provided. And I find myself actually wanting to use them if I ever had to teach this topic to my own kids, because I felt like it was a lot simpler and the explanations were very clear. And I feel like sometimes a lot of American science textbooks, they like beat around the bush to what the point is. So just the curriculum content difference in science was really interesting to me.
Okay. I'm actually just going to piggyback off of what April had mentioned in comparing our practicum with the Chilean students. They are, again, so much more engaging and excited. And the students in the practicum are just kind of like, oh, hey, it's you again. You know, nothing against them. But yeah, you could definitely see the difference and just how motivated the Chilean students are. And just wanting to learn about anything and every single detail. So it's a nice comparison to see. And again, just working with them, it was a pleasure.
I think I lost count. I thought I had one more, but we also might be good with that round. Is there one more? No? Okay. I think Miscounted. That's okay. All right. We have about 5 minutes left in this group. I wanted to leave a little bit of time. We have more questions prepared, but are there any questions that this group has for these fellows of EAP3? I do want to clarify that given Francesca's they talk about sensitive topics. That's why they have like small counseling groups to like negotiate feelings, to engage with these sorts of things, and they can get deep in. But this is also a majority Catholic country, like overall, like in terms of a religion, it's highly Catholic. Anyway, if there's any questions, you can write them in chat, or you can unmute and ask, and I'll let the fellows, guide the answers themselves. Thoughts?
I don't have a question, but I have more of a comment. Like, I think the observations that you have are fascinating related to the US education system versus the Chilean education system. And in some ways, it's interesting because it seems like their approach almost is more progressive, even though perhaps as a country, we would be considered more progressive. So I think education-wise, I love your head nods. Even piggybacking on what Marissa said, the enthusiasm towards education. And I guess I would hope that based on your experiences that you would take that into your own classrooms and really think about what are your approaches that you want to instill in your own teaching, and not be afraid of, and I'm going to kind of maybe step on toes, but not be afraid of like standardized teaching. Like, take what you've learned here and be powerful and knowledgeable from this experience to maybe, talk back about things that you notice as inequities in our education system from your experience here, and use that to leverage this knowledge you have now. It makes me want to go. So I'm hoping some of you are going to actually physically go next year. Maybe I should come along.
The answer is absolutely yes. Sophie, you know, Kenny adores you, and your literacy pedagogy would be very welcome there. Other questions or comments from the group? If there isn't anything, I would like to give the opportunity about the language barrier. I saw a little bit of that in chat. Like, how did that affect all of you? I will also note, Skylar brought up a really nice point. Like, this was a private school, right? Like, all of the parents self-selected into that school, and it's less of a discrepancy than we would find in some of the private schools here. It doesn't cost as much, like, ratio-wise, but it's still like a private school. But does anyone want to speak to like the language barriers that all of you had to deal with and those sorts of things?
It was a little intimidating, like just hearing about it at first, because I only speak English. And so I was like, I hope I could like do the kids justice. But honestly, my mentor teacher was so great. Like, she was like talking to me, and she knew English pretty well because she studied in Louisiana, I believe it was. And so like she was like helping translate with the students. And like we said in the chat, she assigned me a student translator. And at first I was like, I feel so bad for this kid because like he had to like work with me, but we had like great connection and everything. And it was incredible. And it was honestly so interesting being the person who didn't know the native language, because like one of my philosophies is that I want to make a welcoming and safe like environment for the students. And so I've been always worried about like not being able to like understand the students, but like having this experience of not knowing the native language and kind of like being the like outsider, it was so interesting, and it's given me such great insight and so much more motivation to help like EL students and other students who need it.
And by the last meeting I told everyone in the class saying that I had a blast, but I wasn't sure if there was like a translation for it. So they taught me a phrase called pasarlo chancho, which is I had a good time, or to have a good time. So if you guys want to take that with you, you are more than welcome.
I love it.
Just to jump in really quickly,
Do it, Marlon.
piggyback off of what Francesca said, one thing that I learned was ciao ciao, which I thought was like Italian or something, but they always say it to me. So whenever we leave, whenever class is over, we always say ciao ciao. So I thought it would be appropriate here.
I think that's perfect. So let us all go back to the main room. Ciao ciao to everyone. Thank you all for an amazing adventure.
So our last but not least panel to wrap up the educational experience pathways is our EEP4 writing journey pathway led by Dr. Maggie Huerta. Dr. Huerta, can you take the floor to give an overview of this year?
Absolutely. Thank you, Sarah. And thank you to everyone and all your hard work. So NITEP Year 4 group is made up of an amazing group of scholars, Deborah Britton, Jada Campbell, and Youngchun Yen. And I think they're all here, yay. So as the first cohort to make it through the NITEP program, so everyone pay attention. Even though I know we're at the end and we're tired, this is going to be fascinating. They were tasked with using writing to self-reflect on their journey to becoming a teacher. So we worked together to do synchronous writing seminars and then asynchronous reflecting writing prompts until they all shaped chapters reflective of their teaching journey. And so as what we're going to do, since we're a smaller group, is each of them is going to provide you with a very brief summary of what they wrote about. So as you listen to the summary of their stories, I really want you to just appreciate their graciousness in making their teaching journeys, including challenges, milestones, dreams, visible to the rest of us. And I think we can really learn from them, right? I know I surely have. And I'll let them talk about it, but just as a collective, Deb, Jada, Young, their stories are meant to be windows into challenges and triumphs that others may be facing or maybe you will face in the future as you go through your teaching journey. And the intent is not to be comparing, but rather to inspire everyone, motivate everyone to keep going, perhaps comfort you. And, kudos to them because it was during this insane year. So, but be inspired as you listen, literally. May the stories blow breath that grows your fire to continue on your teaching journey and teaching advocacy, whoever and wherever you are, for the sake of future students and teacher generations, just as I've already been inspired hearing about everyone's experiences before. So, and the awesome news is that they're all teaching or will be teaching in some form, right? Deb and Young have teaching positions, and Jada's currently teaching and also going to go to grad school, so something to think about, right, in educational psychology. So yay to all of them. And I will turn it over to them. I've asked them to introduce themselves, tell you a little bit about their story, and close with some words of wisdom. So let's be attentive, listen. I'm so excited. So if I had Jada, are you okay going first?
Okay. Well, anyways, I'm Jada. Hello. I'm originally from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about my journey and how I started there and how I ended up in Las Vegas. I'm currently about to graduate undergrad in elementary education. But like I said, I think if I dive deeper into my story, it'll explain more about me. So my chapter is titled "A Journey from the Unknown to Education." So I kind of want to set the scene a little bit because it was just starting with this writing. I was like, ooh, writing's not my favorite. So just being able to have freedom with it and being able to tell about me was really beautiful. So if I set the scene, like let's say like we're sitting on the porch, it's a beautiful night, and I'm telling you my testimony, my story about my journey. So I pretty much started out talking about my dad passed away when I was in middle school. So he passed away of a massive heart attack out of nowhere, and my life changed right before my eyes, and I just felt really lost at this time. But as I continued to move forward, and my family was the amazing support system that they are and supported me in everything I did. It was, my sisters were way older than me, so it was either an exercise science major or a business major. Like, where was the younger sister gonna go? So during that time, I kind of just wanted to explore some things that I was interested in. And I knew I liked cheering, I liked gymnastics. Those are some things that I was into when I was younger. So once I was done with my little league cheerleading program, I was able to be a coach. So I was able to coach. I was like, awesome, I get to work with kids. This is so fun. Like, maybe this is something I could make into a career one day. Little did I know what was ahead of me. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about my experiences, because really my journey unfolded right in front of me, and I didn't know what that was going to look like. And each of these experiences lead from one to the other, and how I got to where I am today. So this cheerleading program, I learned about all things with young girls. I coached girls from age 5 to about 15, just different squads, teaching them about all things cheerleading and just growing into young adults. So at this point, I was feeling pretty good, pretty comfortable with kids. I was like, oh, maybe I'll try a little bit more, see if I can start babysitting or something along that line. Once I got to high school, it was like the big decisions were about to be there. Still wasn't sure what was going to happen, but we had a child development program. And in this program, we were able to take care of the fake baby, where, you take it to work with you and you have to feed it if it's crying, all those things, which was a very interesting experience, but it was a lot of fun to learn about the development of newborns to toddlers. The second part of that program was we actually got to facilitate a preschool program. Again, I'm the youngest one in my family. I don't have any younger siblings or cousins, anything like that. So I've never really been exposed to younger kids, other than if my friends had siblings or something like that. So this program was for students or young kids in the public that were 3, 4 years old. And I got one of the students who had never been away from their parents before. He had major separation anxiety. And I was like, whew, I have anxiety too. But together we worked through it. And it was one of the best experiences ever. I want to thank that student. His name is Lucas, for just teaching me and growing with me. It's crazy to think that a 3-year-old can teach you so much, but it is really incredible. So at that point, I felt pretty strong in my experiences that I knew I wanted to teach. I know I didn't have much experience, but I knew I had a heart and passion for it. So I just went ahead and went. So at that point, I was like, where am I going to go to school? I am from a very small town, borderline Ohio. So Pennsylvania, Ohio, like 10 minutes each way. That's where I was at. So it wasn't a very diverse area. I was just ready for change. And I decided, my older sister lived out in Vegas, so thankfully I wasn't alone. So I decided to just go ahead and go, and I ended up in Las Vegas. So once it was my first year, freshman year, I felt completely lost. I remember even in my general education courses, like my peers would talk about like, oh, I've been wanting to be a teacher all my life and it's finally coming true. And I'm like, all right, like we're in like just general biology right now. Like, I feel like we should slow down a little bit. So at this point, I felt like I wanted some more experience. I ended up finding a job at Mathnasium. I'm not sure if anyone knows what that is, but Mathnasium is a math learning center in town, and they have their own method of just how they like to teach math and math strategies to students and that are struggling in school or maybe want to just excel their skills a little bit more. I love my fellow math nerds. If anyone else loves math, but that was an amazing experience for me to work with kids, work with families, and work with other educators. So that was an amazing experience that made me feel confident and ready for practicum 1, practicum 2, and student teaching. So leading up into that, I am in practicum 1, or I was in practicum 1, and it was fine. I felt like I was more observing. I feel like my mentor teacher didn't give me a lot of guidance or responsibility. It was kind of like, all right, let me know what you want to do and we'll make it happen. So practicum 1 was fine. Wasn't really feeling much of a change, still just ready to know what was next and continue learning. In practicum 2, it was doing well. I really, really enjoyed my mentor teacher, my school site, everything. But then COVID hit. So I was only in the classroom, or actually, no, for practicum 2, I wasn't in the classroom at all. We completely started online, and my mentor teacher was actually pregnant. So I actually was online the entire school year. So I was in a 2nd grade classroom. I'm sure you can only imagine what that was like to have a whole classroom of 20 2nd graders who were just trying their best to be there. And that's exactly what I was doing as well. And it was just so warm, all my experiences with that class. But one thing was, since we went to the hybrid model and then we went full back to school, since we remained online the whole time, we had, I think it was a total of 49 different students throughout the school year. So we lost a total, I think, of 19. So I think you can only imagine, again, like what it was like for these students to just circle through teachers and how they were feeling, how as a teacher, how we were feeling, of how to like reintroduce these students again. But I'm so thankful to be able to use that experience as a gift in my talents. So being able to work online and in the classroom and be vulnerable with my students, with my colleagues, with my mentor teacher, like just being able to connect. And I feel like I can speak for maybe everyone here that COVID really changed our life. And I hope for the better that we see the world in a different light, and that each moment is just an experience, an opportunity to learn and grow and just try to be happy. And I feel like that's exactly the kind of growth mindset I set for my students in my practicum this year. And I feel like it really has changed me as a person as well, with some of the experiences that I went through as well. So it's amazing to see how all of these experiences flowed, like almost like a roller coaster, ups and downs and mixes of emotions. And here I am. Graduation is next week, and I still feel a mix of emotions. But I think it's just that's the beauty in the journey. And I think I want to leave. That's kind of the gist of my chapter. But we were told to leave a words of wisdom for you guys. And I feel like my ending to my chapter, I have a little excerpt that I would love to read. It says, paths are typically windy and full of unexpected twists and turns that you could expect could lead you astray. I had no idea going in my adult life that I'd eventually be right where I am now, getting ready to graduate with a degree in education, so full of fond memories and knowledge about teaching a classroom. I think what's even more beautiful is the fact that the journey isn't even close to being over, nor do I have any idea what is on the horizon. My journey up until this point has been unknown, and the journey beyond, it still remains unknown. But I do know one thing, that I made the right decision by dedicating myself to education and working with kids. No matter what anyone said or how discouraged I felt, the small magical moments I had between coaching cheerleading, working at the Math Learning Center, and all throughout my college career at UNLV, I kept guiding me to where I am today. And I'm excited and honored to be admitted to the education psychology program at UNLV for the fall. But for now, this is where I am and where I'm headed. But if I've learned anything from my time as my virtual practicum student teacher in the midst of a pandemic, it's that you have to stay adaptable and be flexible. So wherever the wind decides to blow me, I won't choose to fight it. So that's kind of me and then my journey. And I'm really grateful for everything that is to come. So thank you guys for listening.
Thank you, Jada. All right. So next up, we have Young, the one and only, and I believe he has a...
Thank you. So that is my PowerPoint is about what I learned from my life. So, and this is what my journey. So yeah, first it's about the content. My life, I think, is split two parts. The first part is in China. So it's about talking about my childhood, college, and my working experience, my family. Over this part, I just want to say, this really hard I got there. In college, I got my doctorate degree, and then I worked in a college as a teacher. So, and this is why I want to be a teacher in America too. So, but that is a lot of hard part for my family. And another part is my life in the USA. Can you to the next, please? Okay. Oh yeah. Thank you. So that is about in the USA. It's like 2015. I come as a visiting scholar at the UNLV, and then after 1 year, my family and my daughter is very like here, and we want to live here. So we continue over here, and then I work a lot of different places, but I think that is not my position. I want to be a teacher, as like I said too, but I need to earn my degree again. So I enrolled the UNLV and as a student, and now I just almost get my bachelor degree over here, and then I already got a position at the high school. So I'm really appreciate everything. And I want to say this is very helpful for me because, you know, I'm another citizen. I cannot get FAFSA help, and but I get a lot of different help like SOS and reentry scholarship, including the NITEP. It's very helpful for me. And I learned a lot of, and I need to thank to a lot of staff and teachers at UNLV, like Miss Kim and Ms. Chad. A lot of teachers helped me. So I want to say very thank you. And the last part is talking about how to be a good teacher and what I think about a good teacher and my dream and the expectation. So this is what my life, but when I think about it deep, I found that there is a lot of, it's very difficult. What happened? Because maybe someone asked, you already got your doctorate degree in China, but you know, that is a great sacrifice in my family. I have 4 siblings. They never get a chance to the college because there's no money to support all children to go, you know, so only me got there. And when I think about this, there is a lot of the fall from the government, from the Chinese government. So I want to talk about the education between the difference in America and China. Can I go next? Yeah. Yeah, this is about America and China's, there is a classroom. When I was young, it's just like similar like the right side. But as you know, my daughter just go US classroom is very good, better than China. And the school bus, in America, school bus is very strong and tough, just like this, right? It's to protect children. But in China, it's just like that. So that is very, very, very weird. But it's not because the government has no money. Chinese government is very rich. They send out a lot of school bus to the other countries. But why they don't support their own people? When I think deep, I found that is because the Chinese Communist Party is really worst and evil. So that is very bad. We are people in China used to have a right to vote, just like Chinese Communist Party said. But later, when they build a extremely big government, they control everything. Nobody can vote again. So that is very, very weird. And then why they send money and school bus to other country? Because they need other country vote for them in United Nations. So that is very, very bad. So I want to say the Chinese government is very, very weird. And I want to tell everybody, watch out the communists. This is a virus in the world. They told you a beautiful dream, but they did horrible things. They say they want to build a perfect system, like everybody got the same, no rich, no poor. That like is a equal outcome, but they failed every time. From history, you can see they killed 100 million people in Soviet Union and China. That is very, very bad. And communists, from their propaganda, they say communist is equal, but they equal is outcome. Outcome, that is very dangerous. But the reality is what? Is communist equal poor and death. Why? Because if you want equal outcome, what happens next? Because someone will think, okay, what I work hard, I get the same. Why I need to work hard? So that is bad part. So nobody work, and this system will break down, and the social team community break down. So all poor, and then death coming. So that is very, very bad. So need to watch out. So for a civilization, society, no equal count, but we need equal opportunity. For example, I really got equal ability in here. Even I didn't get a FAFSA, but I get other help, right? So I think this is good. But what I stand over in the future is depend on I need to work hard to chase my dream. I get some chance to support my studying, but that is opportunity, not his outcome. So equal opportunity is very good, but equal outcome, you need to watch out. And I'm very worried about here. You know, I come from China and a victim from the communists, but I noticed this country, a beautiful country, is changing. So we are educator. We need to protect and how to help people to understand this part. No equal outcome. It's equal opportunity. And I can use a very simple example, like, for example, if you're a teacher, right? Before one testing, can you tell your students, you will give them the same score, whatever, how they work on the test, such as like 70? No, you can't, right? You can't. If you told this, they can do nothing, and they still get 70. And someone is write every question, they still get 17. So that is not good. That is equal outcome. That is bad. We can offer every help to the students, but the students need to do their best and try their best to get earned their score. So that is equal opportunity. And from folk, we also can learn like this, teaching a person to fish rather than give fish, right? And in China, it's the same thing, like this word is 授人鱼, but 不如授之鱼. You can see that's different. 鱼 and 鱼, that is different word. That fish is fishing fish. That is the long fish. So it's same thing, like you need give people equal opportunity, not just the equal outcome. And as an educator, we should understand this point very much, and we need to transfer this to the student. It's very, very important for our country and the community. And also, I want to say thanks to the Dr. Huerta and the other teacher in NITEP. I really learned a lot from you guys. And also, thanks to everyone in my life at the UNLV. Just like I said, if no your help, I cannot stand here and finish my study at the UNLV. But I really feel the equal opportunity for all students in here. But I don't want our country changing to the equal outcome. That is communist. Watch out, everyone. So, and I also think about what is a good teacher. I think it's help them build the ability and find the talent and the interest in their life, and guide students be person with logical thinking and be wise, so they can have the ability to figure out what's their life meaning. That means they compare themselves yesterday and to the tomorrow. They can get improvement. That is good. We can offer what our help to the students, every help to the students, but the students need build the future by themselves. That is very important. And also, I'm best favorite word is as one person, I cannot change the world, but I can change the world of my person, one person. And as a student at the UNLV, I really got a lot of help, and that help changed my life. And I want to say, I'm an example is education change your life, right? So I will transfer this help to my students in the future. And I wish I could do my best to help my students and change their life in the better way. Okay, so this is what I think and what I learned. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
And congrats on getting a whole other degree and start up. I don't know, after getting a PhD, I don't know, I'd be brave to go to school, and especially in another country. So thanks for sharing. All right. And last but not least, our very own Deborah is going to share her story. And we will have some time at the end for questions. If you have questions, just so you know, kind of write them down, John. All right, Deb, go ahead.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Deborah, and I am finishing up my senior year here at UNLV. First, I have to say it's been an honor being part of NITEP for the past 2 years, and I'm hoping that the state will reconsider, because I have to tell you guys, without this program, there would be no way I would be able to student teach, no way at all. So I'm hoping that they reconsider that. And also, I have to say that I accepted a position as a early childhood kids program teacher for Willie Elementary, so I'm excited about that. Let me start with my story. The title of my story is called My Journey, My Way. And in my chapter, I pretty much talk about the challenges I had raising my son. I was a teenage mom. And I faced a lot of challenges. My son has autism. And in the chapter, I don't want to give too much away, but in the chapter, I speak very candidly about my experiences. I wanted to shed light on my good experiences as well as my bad experiences, because I figure, okay, I couldn't very well talk about, my great experiences without sharing some of the bad ones too. And I'm very candid about that. Some people may not want to be as candid as I was, but I am very candid. Let's see. And how it also talks about how I was determined to persevere. I'm originally from Cleveland, Ohio. So actually, when me and my son moved here in 2004, I knew no one. I didn't know a soul. My friends and family didn't believe I was going to do it because of that fact. But I was determined to prove them wrong, right? So I guess my words of wisdom would be basically in my chapter, I thanked everyone who helped me along the way. It's too many people to even to mention. But I guess my words of wisdom would be early on while you're in school now, develop that circle of support early. Surround yourself with classmates, friends, relatives who are supportive, who are positive, because trust me, you're going to need that, especially when you start student teaching. Also, don't remove can't and don't in your vocabulary. If someone tells you you can't, prove them wrong. Persevere. You're in charge of your destiny. I know that's kind of short and sweet, but that's my story. It's like I said, it's very thought provoking and it's very candid. So if you guys ever get a chance to read it, hopefully, in writing it, I kind of thought perhaps someone would be in my position, a teenage mom, perhaps thinking that, oh, this is the end of my life. It's not. I'm here to tell you, it's not. I was 19 when I had my son. I was on welfare and everything, but you can persevere anything you put your mind to it. So I just leave you with that advice. And take care, everyone. I know that's short and sweet, but that's it. That's all I have.
Thank you.
We have Dr. Patrice Leverett and Dr. Seaburn Coleman to talk about our professional development series that we had this last spring semester.
Okay, so thank you for giving me an opportunity to check in today. It's been awesome to kind of jump in and hear some of the experiences that you all had this year, and to get to hear a little bit more of your voices, because part of what our role this year was to develop professional development that will enhance the experience that you have as educators and educational leaders. And so we had an opportunity to share some insights from community members and leaders in the field around some of those things. And we were able to hear some of your voices a little bit in the professional development settings, in chat boxes, in small breakout rooms, but it's always nice to get a little bit more of your story. So thank you for sharing that. So what we wanted to highlight today was just kind of a brief overview of kind of what some of the things were that we talked about this year. And then of course, take any questions or ideas about kind of what things you may want to see in the future. So the purpose of the professional development was to introduce fellows to critical and conscious ideologies to implement in your professional and your personal lives, right? We work ultimately in very diverse areas, Las Vegas particularly. And so we see a wide variety of students from all backgrounds, and we need to be thoughtful about how we engage in educating the future adults of America. And so part of professional development was to think about, right, the role of diversity and how it plays out in our classroom, the assets that diversity brings to the educational environment. It was also a way to learn about some of the community programs and practices that are happening already in the Las Vegas community, right? And so we got to hear from different community partners that we have, as well as members of the university staff and some of the research that they do. And it was also an opportunity to increase community and university relationships, right? And so we have all of these different groups, potential community partners. And this provided us an opportunity to really engage some of the community organizations that are around us and let them know that we, as much as we are in the role of education, we're also in the role of being educated by experts who are already existing in the community. And so just as a kind of quick reminder of some of the trainings that we did this year, we had Dr. William Bauer come in to talk about tribal sovereignty in Nevada and the United States and how that kind of the importance of being able to kind of share that knowledge within our classrooms and also understanding some of that history as it plays out in some of this, the real lived experiences of some of the students who are in our classrooms. We also heard from Shelby Henderson at Boys Town. And around social emotional regulation, right? How do we recognize that we're not just in the business of teaching maybe a particular subject area, but also some of these more complex ways of handling emotions and stress and frustration, particularly in times of crisis, kind of like what we're focusing on now through our response to COVID-19, right? And so being able to help students kind of regulate becomes an integral part of our role as educators. We also had a presentation from the J.W. Anthony Youth and Family Outreach Center with Dr. Barbara Rhodes and Ms. Desai Farrell, really thinking about race, its impact kind of on our day-to-day understanding of ourselves, and then helping us puzzle through, right, how can we begin to have complex conversations with others about the way that race plays out in our day-to-day environment. And then the last was from Dr. Christine Clark and Dr. Norma Maroon from the Center for Multicultural Education, really thinking about critical pedagogy and how we can create a classroom in which students are really a part of kind of forming the culture and the climate. How do we build a space in which we really engage critical thinkers and not just students who are kind of there for memorization's sake, but really engaged in the process. Okay, and so I want to thank all of you for your time, your participation, your engagement, right? I think every single one of the presenters talked about how exciting it was to have some of the back and forth and really seeing the way that you were thinking critically about some of these topics. I'm very thankful for your feedback. I know you have a million surveys that you've been filling out. And so I can only imagine that every time you get another one from me, it's just one more thing to do, and you have been doing them. So I really appreciate that. And just overall being amazing participants. And we hope that you'll continue to give us feedback about this year's set of professional development and hopefully what maybe future professional development would look like for NITEP. So thank you. Okay. And so I also see Dr. Coleman is on the line, so I want to pass it over to him in case he wants to give any additional updates.
Oh no, you covered very well. Just reiterating, it was amazing to listen to you all and to read comments and to read your feedbacks, with especially in the chats. And as Dr. Leverett said as well too, everybody was so impressed with the amount with your participation, especially considering the fact that we were in this, still in this virtual setting and so forth. And Fridays are hard, even as faculty members, it's, no one wants to work all day on Fridays and so forth. So we definitely appreciate your participation with sacrificing a Friday to, to learn as much. And as we've always said continuously is that, that this is just like an overview in the beginning and so forth. And you can please feel free to reach out to either one of us for lots of, opportunities for those that did, for those that took part of some of the other the supplemental professional development or other opportunities as well too. Kudos to you as well too. I know a couple of people secured different types of jobs as well too, or picked up subbing opportunities to gain more experience. And so kudos to you as well. So yeah, any questions, comments? Thank you, Sebastian. Yes.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much, you two, for coming in and presenting and giving us the overview on the professional developments. I attended all of them, and they were really amazing. So thank you for the time, and I know considerable effort in securing all 4 of those providers. Up next, we wanted to give the space to our faculty members and EEP 1 faculty members. So they would be able to just provide a discussion about how they engaged in the NITEP mentoring, focusing on their thoughts and reflections about the role of mentoring in the preparation of pre-service teachers. So if any of you would like to take the floor first to start that conversation.
All right. Hi, everyone. I guess I'll start since my name is first.
Awesome. Thank you.
It's good to see you all. It's been a pleasure to really see all the work that you've all done. Well, first, I'd like to say that what I observed within the past few months has been phenomenal work being done by our NITEP fellows. I had the pleasure of guiding them through obtaining interviews with different stakeholders. My support helped them kind of identify differing stakeholders at the community level, at the school level, and of course, they interviewed some faculty. So they were tasked with responding to or interviewing about these broad questions to kind of take a broad look at as to what schools were doing. So they asked questions around stakeholders' backgrounds, the history with working in the community, asking about features relating to the particular schools that they worked with, the effects of their work within the schools, the challenges that they had in the future that they hope to see for these for the community, right? What I noticed, what I learned from the experience was that despite having given these fellows certain parameters as to what questions they would ask, I really saw them, hit the ground running and kind of carve their own path. They really identified based on their emerging interests what the questions could be. So the experience was rather recursive. They were thinking about, how might I shift some of the questions that I've posed to previous stakeholders that I've interviewed. So, for instance, I had one student who was really interested in learning about Title I schools. But she only emerged on that idea throughout the interview process. I had another student who focused on systemic racism, and that only again emerged as she began to interview more and more stakeholders. So that was really interesting to see. And I guess I'll close by saying what I really would like to do is begin to think about how we can embed these experiences as a faculty member in our coursework, because we're not affording these opportunities for students, especially at the undergraduate level, to engage in systematic research, right? So I think that this has been really helpful for me and eye-opening. So I guess that's what I'll say about that. And thank you so much for this wonderful experience.
Thank you, Dr. Bangojaya. Dr. Van Ness, I can see you. So do you have anything you'd like to share?
Yes. So I did share this actually in my breakout session. So for those of you that were there, this is repetitive. And it's really just to repeat what many of us have said throughout. And I have been so absolutely impressed by the students that I've worked with. And like I said, I did say this in my breakout session, so I apologize for the repetition. But the students that we worked with in the first year, like they are freshman students. I would not like to publicly retell what my freshman year looked like. So to know that they are as committed, directed, organized, focused, And on top of that, 2 of the students that I had the pleasure of working with were also on a research project within the NITEP program. So that level of commitment and focus at such a young age was just amazing to see. I just couldn't be prouder of them. And honestly, I am the beneficiary of this experience. I would venture to say that I learned the most. So I hope that they, from my experience and our time together, I hope that they felt invigorated, committed, even more so. But I honestly, I think I benefited from the process far more than they did.
Yeah, I just want to kind of piggyback on that because I rarely work with undergrads at all, much less freshmen. Like I generally teach the secondary methods courses, so I don't see people until the semester before they student teach when I do get undergrads. So it's a little bit of a challenge to me. I tend to have a bit more of a kind of hands-off mentoring style, where I want to give you the tools and support you in what you need, but then let you do you. Like you do your thing and figure it out. But with freshmen, it's kind of an added challenge because I want to make sure that they're not just out there struggling and just flailing. So sometimes it sort of felt like, am I holding your hand enough to get you what you need? Or is everything really okay? And since you're a freshman and new to college, plus new to research, do you even know if you're okay or not yet? But then I would get messages where somebody would be so excited. They're like, oh my God, I just got an interview with somebody with a big fancy title. And they're all excited about it. I'm like, cool, what did they say? And then they start telling me and they're all excited about the things they find. And when we got to the point where we're making posters, same kind of thing happened where I'm like, okay, this is what we're doing. Let's talk through what goes in your poster and why. And then they're all like, okay, I got it. And then just silence. And then I got these beautiful posters with really insightful things that I would love to say I fully expected that, but I honestly didn't. I didn't know what to expect from them. And so I was very pleasantly surprised with how wonderful some of their research findings, and how it impacted their teaching philosophy and how it all really turned out.
Thank you. Dr. Weens, do you have anything?
Sure. I mean, I don't have ditto. Is that that would be what I'd like to share. But I think that I would just say that it was great working with this group. And I also did a research grant. So I worked with some of the first year folks on the research grant and in the mentoring as well. And I really appreciated all of their flexibility. Like that's been like the name of the game this year in the world, and particularly in education. And all of them were super cool about us figuring out some things as we went, and working under some tight deadlines at times. And so it was a great experience for me as well. I teach exclusively practicing teachers, so I really appreciated the opportunity to work with undergraduates, especially ones at the very beginning of making that transition of thinking like a student to thinking like a teacher, which is a complicated and long transition for most of us, but they're really well on their way. So it was a great experience.
Thank you. Dr. Skousen was our 5th mentor. He couldn't be here because he is off watching Culminating Experiences. So I won't speak for him. I have some questions I was going to ask, but I think I'll open it up and see if anybody else wants to ask anything about the experiences that the mentors have, or how it went this year. So my question was going to be, what was the biggest, it's great to hear how much you enjoyed it and how much you learned, all of those things, but what would you say was the biggest challenge when doing this project?
I would say certainly for me, trying to support them as they prepared to interview teachers, administrators who had no idea what their life was going to be like in the next day. So one of the things that was a constant flexibility requirement and frustration was the schools were opening up at various levels and stages. And so it just so happened that the way that we had rolled out our interviews, teachers were interviewed in the month that teachers were going back to school. And so we were trying to get individuals for them to interview, and just again, flexibility has been the word of the year, and just reminding them that teachers are overwhelmed, and to be kind with them and their scheduling, and trying to prepare for both this interview as well as life and what was going to be happening. But in my opinion, in our discussions as a group, that beautifully connected with the life of a teacher, and needing to roll with the punches and never knowing what was around the corner, being responsive to your students' needs and the needs of the families, in a way that hopefully we'll never see again, but certainly impacted the process for them and made it memorable, I'm sure.
I think my biggest challenge was scheduling, but more scheduling within our group. We had some group meetings early on, but by the end it was mostly individual meetings, because we try and schedule something and one person is only free in the mornings, one's only afternoons, one's only during the week, one's only Tuesdays at 5 p.m., one's only on the weekends. So like nothing ever worked for even 2 people in the group, much less all 5 of them. So a lot of that scheduling was a challenge. And then because of that, sometimes communication kind of came and went a little bit, where sometimes everything was great and other times people would sort of drift. And I appreciated though, when some of my fellows would be like, hey, I haven't been communicating because this thing is going on in my life. And a lot of it is just normal college student things, normal freshman things, just pandemic life things sometimes too. But I think that's related to what Heather was saying about all of this flexibility that you just kind of have to deal with. Even some of our one-on-one meetings were at kind of random times where I wouldn't normally meet with students. But, if 3 p.m. on a Sunday is the only time that works, then we'll meet 3 p.m. on a Sunday, and that's fine.
I mean, I hate to beat the COVID horse too many times, but I do it from a mentor's perspective, it's harder, like the many people have said throughout today, that it's from a teacher perspective, it's harder to form those relationships virtually. And I would say also from a mentor perspective, the flexibility was great. It would have been, I think, easier to do if we could have met face-to-face a few times, but obviously that was not practical this year. But I think they also did a good job, my group at least, in not letting COVID dominate this experience. And they were really effective at getting the people they interviewed to talk about teaching and schooling and education in general and not focus on COVID. And we talked about that at the beginning of the year, because theoretically, by the time they become full-time teachers, this whole COVID experience will be this thing that we remember happening a while ago and hopefully never will happen again in their careers.
Thanks. Dr. Bengochea, anything to add? You don't have to if you don't want to.
I will say, I guess I'll close with this. What I think that a lot of students that pass that I have in my courses, they don't see they may not see the value in research, right? And I think that really providing or affording this opportunity to students of engaging in research, exposure to qualitative research methodologies, for instance, really gives them some insight into the kind of work that's done to result in the evidence that's shown in the texts that they read, right? Because a lot of students don't know, that we engage in this very systematic approaches to understand data, right? So I think that's, I think this is wonderful. And for that reason, I kind of want to reiterate what I said and mention that I really want to think through how, my program, the ELL program, could begin embedding some research experiences throughout our courses, really.
Thank you. For my part, I will just say that I've enjoyed working with the mentors a lot this year. They have been fantastic through the challenges and through me trying to figure out how to do this. They've been very flexible and very helpful. And I think the quality of the presentations and the posters speaks to their strength as mentors and to the work that they've done with the students. So huge thank you to the mentors and a huge thank you to the students also for all of your work. I know this was a difficult project, so I appreciate you sticking with it. I think that's all we've got.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you for being here and being here until the end we wanted to give you the space to have these conversations and have these moments of reflection. So we appreciate you very, very much. Up next, considering our time, and we're doing well with time, we have Dr. Schrader and Dr. Varner here to talk about an exciting program that we're currently doing as well within the NITEP umbrella.
I'm like super pumped up that in a 4-hour event, we're like perfectly on time. So good work, Sarah. So PG and I are going to talk to you just for a minute about this. So I just want to preface before he starts. NITEP has a lot going on, a lot of components, and this particular component was in the background. So it's not something that you probably knew a lot about. When we found out that we could no longer offer the Chile program, at first because the state wasn't allowing travel, and now as it turns out, Chile's not allowing travel, we had to reallocate some of the funds in a way that was sustainable. And by sustainable, meaning that we could offer things that didn't just impact or help you, but that could be long lasting even after the NITEP money funding would end. And so we've been working this whole year on the micro-credentialing program. We're just going to tell you a little bit about it and the opportunity that you're going to have moving forward to access it. So I'll turn it over to my colleague for a second, and then we'll just kind of talk to you.
So as Kenny mentioned, we worked on this idea of a micro credential, and it's still a little bit, I have to confess, it's still a little bit fluid, but where we are throughout the process is we had 5 teams come up with content that typically isn't covered in any of the pre-service teacher classes. Right. So, and even we had a learning analytics module or unit, and that actually is an extension of what you are required to cover in your assessment practices and things like that. So some of the topics that we had were English language learning, but like ELL populations in English, and just focusing on topics that are sort of either glossed over or entirely overlooked. Another one, this might sound familiar from earlier in the day, but homelessness and housing insecurity. So we're talking about vulnerable populations in regard to that. Science and STEM learning and literacy. So we had all of these projects, and we're actually structuring it in such a way that it's a self-paced experience within Canvas. And it's what we're hoping to do is actually merge that with as an entry portion for an ARL program, or for a modified ARL program within the content areas. So I can tell you that looking through the work, working with these teams of content creators, there's some pretty amazing stuff here, and our team we have to convene to find out exactly how we're going to implement this in the next phases. So.
Well, what I want to share about this is that from the 15th of May until the 30th of June, we're going to start a piloting phase, and we want that piloting phase to involve any of you that are in NITEP currently to have free access to the entire micro-credential. We would really like folks to sign up to take on one little piece of it. So PG mentioned that we have a total of 5 units currently, and we'd like folks to sign up for one of their interests and give us feedback. Not just feedback, but shape the direction of it. So as a pilot, what we would like folks to do is to be able to go in. We were going to be in Chile as a summer experience, but part of this is in lieu of that. And look around the Canvas, see what works, what doesn't work, what the student experience is like in the Canvas, help us change some of the content that doesn't make sense, help us enhance it. The idea is that then we were going to fix that up, and after July 1st, we're going to start offering the micro-credential, the full micro-credential for free to NITEP fellows, which will give you about a total of 100 hours of continuing education that can bring you into the professional development requirements that school districts might have. And that we eventually want to start being able to offer this to folks that are UNLV students that are practicing teachers, and to be able to have a way of receiving professional development beyond the scope of not only what you get in the program, but your time in the program, something that you can come back to as first year, second year teachers, et cetera. So that's the opportunity we have, is that we've spent a lot of time and effort while you were doing all of your EEPs and professional development and research. We've had a team that included John Hilpert, who's here, Tina, Vo, Marin, Cole, Katie Wade Hymas from the science group, Sophie Ladd, myself, Chillis and Chad Scott for literacy, some international colleagues that put together some stuff on language, and I'm missing. Oh, and then our homelessness group with a partnership with folks from Nevada Partnership for Homeless Youth, CCSD, that were able to put together that. So we're going to reach out to you in the next week or so and see who's up for giving us piloting feedback. After July, you'll all have access to the whole thing if you want to make it available to yourselves and get that professional development. Like PG said, completely self-paced, asynchronous, something you can chip away at. And really, it's designed to give you information, resource materials, tools that you might not have received elsewhere in your program. So we want to partner with you now that while you've done your work, we've been doing our work to get this set up, and we hope to get some really good feedback from you all at the user end. I don't know if anyone that's involved with micro-credentialing wanted to say anything else before we turn it over to Dr. Shi to wrap us up. Oh, sorry. These aren't courses, they're just PD opportunities. So we're using Canvas as a platform, but it's PD. It's not in lieu of courses or replacing courses. So they're just professional development. Continuing education is really kind of probably the home where it would live, but I don't know if I answered your question.
Is it applicable to students that are graduating this year?
Right, so Sophie, if they can hear you. Sophie's at my house right now, so if you heard her, that's why. If it sounded like she was really asking me a question from so close, it's because she is. Yeah, so the piloting phase, we don't expect anyone to go through the whole thing, and it wouldn't make sense in the short amount of time, so we really want people to only take on 1 or 2 units of their interest. But then after July 1st, when we've been able to take the feedback that's provided and make changes, then we'll offer the whole micro-credential to you as a platform space where you can log in and get some professional development. Can it count for CUs for CCSD? So this is one of the projects that PG and I are working with, trying to understand what that process looks like, and it's a little bit complicated there, but that's something that we're hoping to understand. Cool. So I think Dr. Shi's here. He was here. Is Jeff here?
I am here.
Yay. So we're going to end the day with our Associate Dean for Community. Fill in the rest of the title.
Whatever my title is.
Community something or other.
Yeah.
And
well, yeah.
End the day. Thanks.
So sorry I wasn't able to participate the entire time. It's actually been quite a long day for quite a lot of people in this Zoom room. I think just the most obvious thing is just that it's completely overwhelming how much has been accomplished with this program, right? And it's really just so impressive. So I think everybody that's on this call that's associated with NITEP really should be proud of what you've accomplished and what you've been able to achieve. A totally unbiased opinion, this seems like such a good use of money, right? I don't understand why it isn't really obvious that it continues to get funding. Obviously, there are many people working to make that come to fruition. I know it's been a super long day, so I just, on behalf of the Dean's Office, wanted to congratulate all of you on a job well done, and wish you some time to rest and breathe and recover and be safe and healthy and all the best. I guess I have nothing more to say other than that. So good job, everybody, and take a well-deserved breath and have a great break.